Meetings. First, a workshop on policies related to both employee and student protocols as a result of COVID-19, and our virtual board meeting, which will begin at 5 p.m. Both meetings will be conducted using Google Meet technology for board members and staff who are participating live. Viewers and listeners can access the meeting today by either watching on Comcast Channel 235 or by using the YouTube link on our webpage at palmbeachschools.org. We also offer a listening-only option, which the public can access by calling 561-357-5900 or toll-free at 1-866-930-7015. The meeting ID is 1-561-880-1124 hashtag. Just take that back off the screen for me, please. Before I call the workshop to order, last week, at the end of the meeting, which I thought was the end of the meeting, we all left, and Ms. Brill made a motion that nobody was there to hear, and her motion was, she made a motion to adjourn. So in order for Mr. Harris to be able to sleep tonight, would somebody please second Ms. Brill's motion to adjourn the meeting from last week? Motion's been seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. All in favor? All opposed? The motion from last week is adjourned, and I believe that's the longest meeting, Mr. Superintendent, that this board has ever had. It's lasted exactly 1 week. So, Mr.
Yeah, it was rough on me, Mr. Barbieri. It's been rough.
Mr. Harris can sleep tonight. I'll now call the workshop to order at 2:33 p.m. on August 19th, 2020. Mrs. Bass, please call the roll.
District 1, Barbara McQuinn. Here. District 2, Chuck Shaw. Absent. District 3, Karen Brill.
Here.
District 4, Erica Whitfield.
Here.
District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews.
Here.
District 7, Deborah Robinson.
Here.
Okay, also joining us at the dais is Superintendent Dr. Donald Fenoy, General Counsel Julie Enrico, Inspector General Teresa Michael, and Board Clerk Carol Bass. Because Mr. Shaw is absent today and is the Vice Chair, if we could have a motion for someone to step in and act as Vice Chair today, in case I get kicked out of the meeting, somebody will have to take over. Ms. Brill?
I move that Dr. Robinson serve as Vice Chair for this meeting today.
Seconded by Ms. McQuinn. Dr. Robinson, you okay with that? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So Dr. Robinson will be serving as acting as Vice Chair for this meeting today. Senior staff members will join us periodically as directed by the Superintendent. This meeting is being transcribed by a closed captioner, so remember to speak at a reasonable pace. A quick review of our meeting protocol. Remember, if you are not speaking, your microphone should be muted. Don't anybody take offense to this, but if you don't mute your microphone, I've asked Ms. Bass to turn it off so that we don't get the feedback. So if all of a sudden you see your microphone go off, don't get angry with Mrs. Bass. You can complain about me because I'm the one that told her to do it. If you need to step away from the meeting for a moment, please turn off your camera. For the public's information, when a board member's camera is off, the board member is still present at the meeting. You can still hear and see what's happening. At this time, Dr. Fenoy, the workshop is all yours.
Yes, sir, Mr. Barbieri. At this time, I'll bring forward Policy 3.82 workshop. Dr. LaCava Gonzalo and his team will be presenting.
Great, thank you. I just first want to thank Vicki and the team that's been working very hard at this policy, and I know that there's been constant changes. And I'm just going to turn it over to Vicki so we can just get to Policy 3.82 and we can get to it. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, board members. We're going to present to you Policy 3.82. Let me present my screen. Hopefully everybody can see that. Just apologize in advance for any pop-ups that seem to come up as soon as I click on something. So this is from the Division of Human Resources, Policy 3.82. This is the employee protocols due to COVID-19. As you know, that 3.82 began as an emergency policy, which were interim employee protocols due to COVID-19 that was adopted in June of this year. This policy really is just tightening up those provisions of the interim policy, the emergency policy, and making them permanent. We're also changing some things that we found, for lack of a better word, loopholes, or things that we missed or didn't consider when we were initially doing this proposal way back in the spring and early summer. So one of the policy changes to this that you'll notice is we're moving interim from the title, and the purpose has been expanded to include the intent to comply with local, state, and federal guidelines. In paragraph 2, the reporting requirements, in 2B, we extended to include all of the forms. There were initially only one leave form contemplated, and now we include all other forms of leave that could be taken, such as FMLA and the Extended Federal Family Medical Act under the CARES Act, and also CARES Act leave for those people who may have come in contact with the virus. The bulk of the changes were in the district safety guidelines. And included in these guidelines were requirements to comply with reasonable directives relative to common areas and shared spaces. And this is for those individuals who may be concerned about how we're going to have employees enter and exit facilities. And in school sites, there may be halls where if you want to go east-west, you have to go in this hall. If you're going west-east, you have to go in another. So that's why we added that guideline. We also added with the abiding social distancing of 6 feet. We expanded that definition, or actually gave an exception. So if it's not possible to keep the 6 feet, that is permissible if it's concurrent with your job function. This was added mostly for ESE students, for those students with medical needs, such as students who need diapering or have feeding tubes. They obviously have to be within 6 feet of those students. For the staggering breaks and lunch times, we added also reporting and exiting times. With the cases that we did see coming into the district, we noticed that a lot of those were being transmitted, or people were being exposed to people who had the virus at the time clock. So we want supervisors to stagger those entering and exiting times to avoid congregating. And speaking of that, in paragraph 4, we've added, we changed it from having no more than 10 people congregating in a space to avoid congregating when unnecessary. Then in 6, we also added that people had to, obviously they're washing their hands, but also to disinfect common work surfaces after use. We did have using that they would clean, disinfect items after their shift rather than after use. And it was every item. Now it's just common items and after each use. The other large changes in subparagraph 7. Initially, it was just wear face coverings at all times, and all employees must provide their own face coverings. This definition has been expanded by a great deal. We took some of the CDC recommendations. We also used companies and things that were opening, particularly Walt Disney World. When they opened, we watched their mask policy, and as it morphed over time, as guests to the park learned ways to circumvent the rules, Disney tightened up the restrictions. So we wanted to start with rather tight restrictions and then ease off as necessary. So you'll see that there are face coverings is more defined than it was before. So it includes certain types of masks, excludes others, particularly it has to be 2 layers of breathable material that fits over the nose and under the chin so that people are wearing them appropriately. There is an exception that we have now built into that definition for those employees who are working outside autonomously, and they'll be more than 10 feet away from anybody else. We've given them an exception. They do have to get an exception with their supervisor for each job that they're doing to make sure that they may not know that other employees are going to be working with them, or may not know that other employees may be working with them. So they'll need to know before they go out on these jobs that, yes, they can have an exception for this particular function. We've added that employees are encouraged to clean their workstations daily, and that employees may be required to submit to daily health screens, including temperature checks, symptom questionnaires, or travel questionnaires. And as a result of these screenings, employees may be directed not to report to work. We've reorganized a lot of the policy, as you'll see in the policy where things have been stricken, you're most likely going to find them in other places, because we found that the way the policy was initially worded, and we worked with a committee, and I'm sorry I didn't thank all the members of the committee and the people who've worked really hard to get this policy up and running, and I do appreciate all their hard work. We did move a lot of these items that were moved to make the policy flow better, because when we looked at it originally, it was very difficult to find the information you needed because it wasn't sectioned off appropriately. So one of the other things that we've noticed in here is that we have a section now for employees who are returning to work after a positive positive test, or after being told to isolate due to their contact. So employees who have symptoms of COVID-19 while they're at work, it's more clearly defined in the policy of what they need to do, specifically that they need to go home, and then they need to comply with the requirements, which is all in paragraph 7 now, about how employees can return back to work either because they have a positive test or because they were exposed to the virus. Then in subparagraph D, we've now added a provision to explain what remote work was. We know that there was a lot of confusion with employees of whose job functions could be performed remotely and whose job functions needed to be performed on site. And definition is an industry standard. It's 80% of the job function must be capable of being performed either through a digital platforms without commuting to an office or a centralized location. We've also added a provision in here that it's at the supervisor's discretion, but the employee has an opportunity to discuss it with their supervisor. And if their supervisor still denies the remote work, that they can appeal it to the supervisor up the chain of command. So we felt that that would be appropriate for employees to understand that. We now have a section, the responsibilities of an employee with a positive COVID-19 test. A lot of the same requirements are still there that were there before. But as we said, we took some of the return to work provisions. We've put them all in paragraph 7 now. We had required check-ins that if an employee tested positive, they had to check with their supervisor every 3 days. We've changed that to weekly just because we felt that it might be too cumbersome for the employee who is sick. And then we've also added some information about contact tracing. Originally, it just said close contact within 6 feet of other people. We've used the CDC definition there where it's 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. And that definition has been changed throughout the policy. The section on responsibilities of district site supervisors, this has a better grasp for the supervisor of how this contact tracing, and we're using the term rather loosely. It's not the contact tracing that the health department does. It's just for our own purposes within the district. So this says in several places now that the supervisor has to securely maintain the contact tracing report that they get from the employee, and that they are prohibited from providing the name of the employee who tested positive when notifying other employees. And to that end, the supervisor has to notify the employees who have been provided by the employee who tested positive, provides that list of people who they've come in close contact with. The site supervisor then is responsible for then notifying all of those people on that list to make sure that they know that they may have come in contact with some, or they have possibly been exposed to the virus, and that they need to follow the policy to self-isolate and then be tested within 12 days, or 12 days after the last. Yes, sir.
Can you hold 1 second? We lost Mrs. Whitfield through the storm. I want to make sure that she can hear us.
Sure.
IT's checking.
It should show up as private call. That's one. She would have said something.
Mrs. Whitfield, can you hear us? Ms. Whitfield, we see you're back. Can you hear us? Great. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bray. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My internet actually went out, believe it or not. So we're back.
All right. So going back to the responsibilities of the district site supervisor, as I stated previously, employees who test positive will give their supervisor, and this has been in the emergency policy as well, they're going to give their supervisor a list of people they've come in contact with. The supervisor has to maintain that confidentiality and then inform those people of the potential for their exposure. The policy was also changed to notify not only risk management, but also maintenance and plant operations and the Department of Environmental Services. And between MNPO and Environmental Services, will determine what type of cleaning needs to be done for the work site, work location of the employee that was infected. And we also added information here that it had been previously that risk management would investigate work comp eligibility. That investigations will only occur should a notice of injury be filed by an employee. For the responsibilities of employees who were possibly exposed at work, we changed the title of this provision only because there was some indications previously that it looked as though these provisions would apply to somebody who may be tested positive due to their work situation. This is for people who are possibly exposed at work. So that's that contact tracing list that we're calling that employees provide and the supervisor notifies. So these employees will be sent home to self-isolate for 14 days and instructed not to return to work until they comply with the provisions in 7B, which is the paragraph we'll get to in a minute about returning to work. Then employees have to do that contact tracing again. But in this case, the employee is going to hold on to that list. They don't give it to their supervisor right now because one reason we're asking them to do it early is so that the employees have a fresh recollection of everybody they came in contact over the 2-week period. We don't want them to be sent home to self-isolate for 14 days and then find out they're positive and then have them go back of who did you come in contact with a month ago. So we want to make sure that that information is fresh. They hold on to it and it's not needed to give them to their supervisor unless they do test positive. We did remove the request for enhanced cleaning in this provision because it wasn't really necessary at this point. We're not sure if that person has symptoms or has a positive test. This also allows for the employee to work from home remotely if it's possible under that definition. And it also has those provisions that were contained in other sections where they can appeal it to the immediate supervisor. The biggest change was in paragraph 7. We now have a set section where we took those pieces from other parts to have it all in one spot. Well, this is how you return to work after you've been required to self-isolate. So paragraph A deals with people who were sent home with a positive test. They have to have resolution of a fever without medication, improvement in the respiratory symptoms, and a negative COVID test that was taken more than 12 days after the first positive test. Now, this is under the CDC guidelines, this was the test-based strategies. They do have a symptom-based strategy, and the committee felt a test-based strategy at the time was the most effective and would give employees and their coworkers the most comfort. The fact that by the time when an employee returns, it's not because they say they're better, but because a doctor has said that they can return and they're no longer contagious. Then we have in paragraph B, these persons who were potentially exposed at work. This is, again, that contact tracing that the supervisor notified them. They have a self-isolation for 14 days after their last exposure, which would be their last day at work since they're not necessarily going to know the employee with whom they came in contact with who is now positive. Then they have to have a negative test result. And again, these are not antibody tests, but the antigen tests to see if they have the virus. And then if, in this case, if the person comes up with a positive test, then they circle back up to 7A, which has the requirements for the positive test. The next things that would change was in the employee with high risk categories. We removed the reference to age because at the time that we were drafting this, the CDC had removed that or had in the provisions, it was 65 and older with high risk factors and individuals with high risk factors. So we took the age out. The challenging part of this policy has been trying to keep up with the changes that the CDC guidelines have done themselves. So it's been like chasing a ghost. So, we may need to change some of these based on recent changes to the CDC, but we did want to bring this forward to the board as an option. Then we have the consequences for noncompliance. We've added a requirement for training. There is a training module right now for the current emergency policy. We're in the process, as soon as we have what we feel is the official draft of the new policy, the permanent policy. We're going to alter the training module to the extent necessary, and then require everyone in the district, everyone will be auto-enrolled and have to fill this training out. It's now in the policy that it's required, and that they'll have to acknowledge that they attended the training session. And it is a webinar, so it would be at the employee's convenience. We also added in a statement that requires employees to continue to perform the essential functions of their job, that there's nothing in this policy that should be construed to allow them to not perform their job. The last change is in the duration. As an emergency policy, it ends 90 days after it was adopted. So in this case, given the nature of the virus, the nature of the constant changing nature of what we're asking employees to do and what we're required to do, and then also the community spread of the virus, the superintendent would have the authority to suspend, revoke, or rescind parts of the policy based upon information gained regarding COVID-19 cases and the circumstances in our county. Without this provision, the employees would constantly be wearing masks and social distancing and have these testing requirements and self-isolation requirements until the policy was ever repealed. So this would allow the superintendent to use that dimmer switch he's talked about. So maybe we can have people in close contact and have meetings again with more than 10 people, but maybe the masks need to stay. So that is the last of the changes. So are there any questions?
Mr. Burrell, go ahead.
Thank you. So maybe it's just me. It just feels a little disjointed to me going through it this way and then discussing the policy at the next meeting, which I did pull so that we can discuss changes. But I do have two questions. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address them individually. So the first question is, what happens when an employee arrives without a mask or a mask that doesn't meet our specification of 2 layers?
Well, at this point, the intent is that the employees will be, the policy will be explained to the employee that they need to come in with their own masks, but it's my understanding the district will be able to provide masks to those employees when they come in if their mask doesn't meet the requirements.
Okay. And then, if I may, my second question, and maybe it's not appropriate for this, but the burning question that I'm receiving, and I'm sure my colleagues are as well, has to do with what the process is for employees who are health compromised, who need to request the ability to work from home. That's not something addressed in this policy, but it's something that I'm hearing constantly from people. Can we discuss that as part of this policy?
Well, it is addressed to some extent within the policy. That there are varying forms that individuals can fill out. There is several different avenues they can take. The first one that I would recommend to an employee in that situation is to talk to their supervisor. Is it possible for them to perform remotely? Can they do that remote work? The policy also talks about shifting work locations, job assignments, start and end times for employees if that is possible, so that maybe if it's an HVAC technician who has these conditions or concerns, maybe the maintenance department can speak with them about, okay, we're going to send you on this job, but you're going to be there by yourself. You're going to be there an hour before anybody else does, just so that we can lower their exposure to people. The second option, if that is not available, there is the Family Medical Leave Act, which provides up to 12 weeks for serious medical conditions or caring for somebody with a serious medical condition. That's something they would need to discuss with their primary care physician. There's also the possibility of disability type accommodations under the ADA, which are dealt with in a separate policy.
And may I have a follow-up to that, Ms. Barbieri? So just for clarification, if a teacher is health compromised, they should go to their principal, and the principal will have the authority to allow them to continue with distance learning?
At this time, yes, because we're all in distance learning. That may change when we get into a different phase and it's a hybrid model, depending upon how we're actually going to implement that. That may change.
So again, as a follow-up, if I may, that's wherein lies the problem, because we are on distance learning, but we have people whose futures, whose careers are vested in teaching, who know that they do not have the ability to come back. So they have to wait until we go into opening up brick and mortar before they have a decision from their principal. Is that what you're saying?
We're working with CTA, because this is my other hat. We're working with CTA right now on what will that MOU look like. The MOU we have in place right now is for pure distance learning. There'll be another MOU that's going to come up hopefully relatively quickly that will deal with the hybrid model. And then once it's full brick and mortar, we revert back to the contractual obligations under the collective bargaining agreements.
Any other questions?
I think the General Counsel had something.
Thank you. I was just going to ask Ms. Bernard to comment on some of the legal implications, ADA, et cetera, because there are some legal aspects that we just, would want to highlight and then perhaps follow up with some additional guidance. Go ahead, Ms. Bernard.
Sure, and I think Vicki touched on it without going into too much detail, but there is an ADA option that is out there to employees, FMLA. Under the ADA, certainly there's what is called an interactive process where the employee works with the ADA coordinator, and through that process, an accommodation is certainly something that can be explored and may be an option. And so, Vicki's a part of that process and on the team exploring all of that. And she raised it without, going into too much detail here, but that is certainly something that's available, as well as the FMLA, which she also touched upon. So there are certainly options out there for employees to explore.
Mrs. Whitfield, go ahead.
So one of the things that I talked with Ms. Evans about on our call was I have had some teachers and some higher level staff complain about who determines what 80% means for you, and what if 80% of your job is truly something that you can get done virtually, or if you need to be in person. So I just wanted to clarify, if a staff member has a concern about that decision that their immediate supervisor is making, what did you want them to do? I just wanted to make sure we got that very clear.
They go from their immediate supervisor to their immediate supervisor's supervisor. So in the case of me, if it were one of my employees and I rejected the remote work, and they, we had a discussion, an informal, I guess negotiations, for lack of a better word, about what the part of their job can be performed remotely. If they are not happy with my decision, my supervisor is Dr. LaCava. They would go immediately to him. It's based on the actual job function and the needs of the department, is what the 80% is based on.
Ms. Brill.
Thank you. So just to clarify, because we do anticipate going to brick and mortar, we know we're not going to stay in distance learning forever. Should employees at this juncture access those forms and start submitting them now with that anticipation, rather than bombard the people who are handling those types of circumstances? As soon as we know we're opening up, if there's going to be a flood of paperwork, can they start now? Because a lot of these people, their circumstance is not going to change between now and when we open.
Yeah, that's a tough call, because they can start the process now, But at this point, because we're in distance learning, we can accommodate someone to teach distance learning. Once we get into a hybrid and to full brick and mortar, we've had those, let me go back. We've had requests for accommodation over the years for teachers pre-pandemic to teach remotely, that they want to teach from their home or do distance learning. And we've never been able to accommodate those because the teacher needs to be in the classroom. So it's going to change as the process moves along. And once we have the MOU with this teachers union, we'll understand where we are. They can start talking to their primary care about that, but submitting it to the ADA coordinator, what the request is at the time, if it's addressed now, looks very different than if it's addressed later. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and one more thing. This is Dr. LaCava. Dr. Fenoy has given us the approval to hire an additional ADA coordinator to start addressing the numbers that we expect, or hopefully, not hopefully, but expect. So that's another thing that we are planning on hiring in the next couple of weeks.
Dr. LaCava, I have a question for you. So when we met the other day on the virtual meeting, we talked about serious underlying medical conditions, and I thought you all agreed that you would insert a link to not only the CDC, where they define serious underlying medical conditions, but also the district COVID page that lists those things out. I don't see that in the policy unless you're going to make that change when we get to the board meeting today.
Yes, we are going to make that change, so you'll see it in the second read.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't put the hyperlinks in just yet. The hyperlinks will go in at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Bernard.
I was just going to add that, there is some difficulty in preemptively making some sort of accommodation request, because when you're engaged in the interactive process, you're looking at the medical condition at the time. And with everything being so fluid and ever changing, if you're talking about something that's 3 months out, you may not get the specific underlying condition that needs to be addressed. So that's a nuance. That's just something to think about, but that is the risk in preemptively making a request.
Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. I actually have a number of changes I want to propose for this policy. And so I know we're in workshop. I was thinking that maybe we could discuss the issues at hand, and since we have this time dedicated, and then during the board meeting, it should be more simple. If that's okay. So I want to start with under district safety guidelines. And I have to say, I want to thank Ms. Evans-Parade, because we spent, we had 2 meetings talking about this policy. And I don't think of the things that I'm going to bring up, I don't think any of them gave her heartburn. So we'll see if she's changed her mind since then. The other thing I want to say too is that as Ms. Evans-Parade mentioned, because of all the changing in medical knowledge, I'm hoping that as we look through these policies again, that we, when appropriate, make reference to another document that would be our evolving protocols relative to COVID-19, that I would expect to have references in them. But then that way we don't have to come back and keep changing the policy, for example, right? So that's just that editorial comment. So under district safety guidelines, first, I think we need to have statements in the employee protocol similar to that of the students that basically says to stay home if you're sick, right? We expect you to stay home if you're sick, and we expect you to self-screen. So both of those things were in the student policy, but I didn't see them carry over here. And then when we get down to line 37, I think it is, and it says avoid congregating when unnecessary, I would suggest that we change it to avoid congregating to the greatest extent possible. And I'll just give you all my stuff and then we can discuss if anybody wants. So line 41, it says wash their hands. I would like to insert or use hand sanitizer. And it says often. I've read recommendations that said every hour and a half or every 2 hours. I would hope that we would set an expectation in terms of the timing. I can't give you the reference for those times right now. I think maybe if we leave often in here, it should be specified in the expectation or protocols that will be written. But for now, I would say wash their hands or use hand sanitizer every 2 hours. And then moving over to line, I think this is 47. So it says mask made of at least 2 layers, but WHO and Harvard and somebody else refers to 3-layer mask. And so I think I would like to pause to see why we have 2-layer mask here.
Again, we stole this from Disney, quite honestly. So they had the 2-layer mask, and that's what we used as the definition. We also got from them the exclusions so that people couldn't come in with masks with holes in them. We're open to those, and I want to thank Dr. Robinson for providing me with a lot of medical information that's, certainly out my swim lane, and it's been very helpful to look at it and understand it. So we did the 2-layer mask. I believe at some point there was something from the CDC that had the 2 layers as well. But again, if the board, it's the will of the board, if they prefer 3 layers, that's fine.
Ms. Brill.
I just wanted to take a moment to interject to Dr. Robinson, if you don't mind, once you're done with this section at 57, allow me to put in a change in that section if you don't cover it, so that it will flow better as we keep talking.
I'm fine. Go right ahead.
Well, you might actually have the same one. I'm a few lines before you, further down, but at line 52, where at the end of the line it says, please note, before that I'd like to insert the line saying, if an employee does not report to work with an appropriate face covering, one will be provided to them.
Okay, shall I continue?
Mr. Barbieri,
we can't hear you.
You're muted.
Are you, Ms. Whitfield, are you in the same place as Dr. Robinson on that paragraph that you want to go ahead?
I actually got my my box of masks because I was concerned if we put 2 layers or 3 layers or however many layers that it needs to be written on a box so people know what they're buying. But my box says level 2, which I don't know, they just look like medical masks to me. So I feel like maybe we should, I don't know, be more clear within that about what people should be bringing. And then I did actually have one piece that I wanted to add into this section that Dr. Robinson's talking about. I feel like we should put some expectations for how often people should wash their masks, which I would defer to people explaining to me what is best. But I wanted, especially for the students, I don't want them to, go weeks and weeks without washing their masks if they're needed to be washed.
General Counsel.
I was only going to suggest, and it's certainly, the will and the discretion of the board, that best practices kinds of things would be perhaps put in some kind of instructional information, that the policy would really be about those kinds of things that are important for people to be on notice of, and that would have consequences that would actually impact their their job or their classroom attendance, or et cetera. So those, I'm just trying to make a distinction between some of the best practices and ideas and the actual requirements that we should ingrain in policy. All of it's really important, and I don't want to chill any kind of conversation, but I was just trying to make a distinction. Thank you.
Ms. Brill, you in the same place?
I am, and so I just went and grabbed my box of masks, and my box of masks says it's a 3-layer flat mask. So maybe the wording should be that, preferably 3-layer, but no less than 2-layer, if that's acceptable.
Mrs. Whitfield.
I feel like people are going to argue with us, so we need to be clear about what it is we want. I just was imagining, if you put 2 layers of anything, is that acceptable? And I don't know the answer to that. I'm just I just want to clear this up before we get to the problems that we're going to have.
Ms. McQuinn?
My concern is how, I guess I would go back to Ms. Rico's comment about best practices, because I don't see any way for a teacher when the kids are coming in school that we see how many, we've already got the 2 layers. I just don't know how this is enforceable.
Dr. Robinson?
Okay, thank you. So, all right, so I understand about the enforceability piece. My goal is to make a statement about our expectations in terms of protecting health, right? So this kind of reminds me of some other conversations we've had in the recent past around safety. I think that we need to state what we expect, but I'm not interested in adding this to the list of things to be policed, right? So, yeah. So, and it's 3 layers. When we get to it, we will vote on making the change, but, by that time I will have the most recent WHO update, which actually apparently clearly says 3 layers. But I haven't found the original study yet. So I'm digging into that. So can we move to the next section yet?
Let me just ask one question. Dr. Fenoy, we bought 3 million masks. Did we buy 2-layer masks or three-layer masks? If we're going to be handing them out to kids and we have a policy that says 3 layers, then...
Right. Yeah, we bought a variety of masks. We bought everything from N95s to clear shields and cloth masks that have multiple layers in them. So we'll have to look in the warehouse. But if I had to give some feedback right now, I think to one of your points, the ability to scan everyone's mask to see what it is I could do that on my floor and wouldn't be able to do that. So if I would be careful just to stick with the mask, and because again the CDC keeps changing the guidelines, and as the year progresses, you may not need a 3-layer mask. It just may be a face covering. So I think I would just hate for us to put a bunch of stuff in policy that will never really be, again, with 200,000 kids potentially at some point coming back and 23,000, I just can't see us. Let me see your mask and measure it. Even that whole process. So I kind of agree with, I think I heard Dr. Robinson and others say, the procedure manual that will coincide with this, we can speak to that. And then we also, and we have another discussion later on, I think Mr. Barberi is bringing on, where I could take these things back to these committees of medical professionals to give us the best thinking at that time. So I would prefer to keep this as broad as possible, and then we make the adjustments in real time. That would be my preference.
Mrs. Whitfield, then we'll go back to Dr. Robinson.
Well, maybe Dr. Robinson knows, is there like an updated site that we could just reference to that is best available knowledge of the day?
I'm sorry. I thought my mic was off. Okay. I wish it was that easy. There's a lot, but I pulled up a news report saying this, and everything you look at now, I'm learning. When I'm making my notes on my references is to put the date on it. So there's an article dated August 11th that says, WHO says fabric masks need 3 layers to best curb coronavirus spread. Now, what I'm now trying to do is find that on the WHO website. And then the other thing that we have to understand is this whole concept of the evolution of medical knowledge. And the other thing is that you can easily get conflicting information because the tests weren't set up, the studies weren't set up to answer the same question. So, yeah, I'm sorry, it's just not that simple. I wish it was.
Mrs. Rico.
So just as a suggestion that we've been considering as we have worked together with the teams developing this policy, and then the other one that you're going to be considering today for the students, and as we move forward with these various best practice ideas, The challenge is that it's the best practices are moving, right? And so this is life collides with policy making. The policy making piece says you have to have a static, finite, not vague, easily understandable on notice information. So we have these two sort of tension points. And so the suggestion that we were going to offer as we go to, bringing this policy forward as we move into final adoption would be to come up with a link that would link it to the best guidance of the day, if you would. The next question is who decides that and which one of these reports, guidelines, CDC things are we going to choose? That's another point of discussion, but just to be able to have a daily snapshot of what that is as it evolves, because the other option is coming back, as Ms. Evans had pointed out earlier, every time we want to change, because medical guidance has now come out to say it's a 2-layer, not a 3-layer, or a 5-layer, or no mask at all. We'll be constantly coming back with actual policy adoption, which is extremely cumbersome, as you all know. So that would be just a suggestion to keep it updated and fresh and available to members of the public to understand what we're expecting.
And Mr. Barbieri, to answer your question, staff just texted me. We have purchased 3-ply Hanes cloth masks for children and disposable 3-ply masks. We are not sure of the layer that we received from FEMA. So that would be the only outstanding one. So all the ones that we have purchased, and that was not a jab at FEMA, federal government, but the ones that we have purchased are 3-ply.
Thank you, Dr. Fennoy. Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So I would just ask that somebody comes up with the name for whatever this document will be called by the time we get to the board item where we're actually going to make changes to this, to these policies, so we make reference to it, whatever the happy name will be. Okay, so moving on. So after line 57, I think we need to add that supervisors must keep a log of the exemptions that they granted. And then, let's see. This is after line 70. Okay. So this is the employee who has symptoms during the workday. They'll be sent home immediately. Okay, so we should have, actually, line 69, after immediately, we should say something like the employee should be encouraged to be tested, self-quarantine until the test comes back negative, and to provide that negative result upon return to work. Some such language. And then, let's see. Okay, so now.
Dr. Robinson, hold on a second.
Yes.
1 second for me.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Superintendent, I assume staff is taking these notes down so that when we get to the meeting at 5 o'clock, we're not going to have to read all these again. Somebody's going to, is actually, I see Vicky's writing and looks like Dr. LaCava's writing, so.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they're taking the notes. This was planned to get your feedback today, so we're ready.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Dr. Robinson. Give them some more to write.
Yeah, I've got more. So, so this applies to section 4C, 5B, and 6B. So this is all about, when we're listing who you've been in contact with. So this is when somebody tests positive and they're going to tell you who they've been around for, and so we can hand that information over to the true contact tracers, right? So the way it's currently written, it does not appreciate the fact that you can be in an enclosed space, but 6 feet apart over a period of time and still be at some degree of risk. Obviously not as much risk as if you were 3 feet apart for that period of time, but still some risk. And so my request is that in each of those sections that we add further, the employee must provide a listing of work-related circumstances where the employee was inside an enclosed space with others within the past 2 weeks. And maybe I need to put a timeline, maybe for more than 15 minutes, but I'm making that up. That's not based in 15 minutes here is not based on science. But the enclosed space, while this is not part of any guidelines that I've read, it just makes perfect sense because what I'm trying to do is cast a wide net. What I want to do is to make sure that everybody who may have contracted the virus at work gets tested and so forth, right? So I'm imagining that is causes somebody to itch. So,
Ms. Bray.
My suggestion, Dr. Robinson and I had talked about that. My suggestion would be to add a 3F under the district safety guidelines and define close contact so we're not having to repeat that long litany of what close contact means. So that would include, somebody within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes or where the employee, due to work-related circumstances, was inside an enclosed space with others for more than 15 minutes. So it's all in one spot in 3F.
Mrs. Whitfield.
I can't help but think, I know this is probably going to be one of our most read policies ever, but I still don't think the general public is going to read it. That works for us. I'm hoping that we can create some really easy signage that sort of creates these expectations and put them up absolutely everywhere, because there's a lot of detail here, and I don't want people, I know people want to try to do the right thing. They want to come back to work. So we just need to really be clear about what the right thing is and make it so obvious for them.
Ms. Brill, Ms. Whitfield and the rest of the board, we have a translated document that we will be working on, finalizing on Thursday based on the feedback from today. So all of that in the signage, all of that has been in the works, and we received guidance yesterday morning. Was it yesterday morning or today? I don't know what day it is. I think it was yesterday morning from Tallahassee. So we have to adjust everything based on the guidance that we just received. And it might have been this morning. I think it was Julian. I can't even keep up with the days because it happened so fast. So to your point, translating this policy into language where people can understand with signs and videos is all in the works right now.
Mrs. Andrews. Uh-oh. Mrs. Andrews had her hand up, but I don't see her. There she is. Mrs. Andrews, you had your hand up?
Yes, I'm on my personal laptop now. Hopefully you can hear me, and I missed some of your discussion. But this is a lot of work for the administration. Hopefully there's some kind of training so that they will have the support necessary to pull this off. We have a whole lot that we're asking for our employees as well as our administration to do right now. And when I saw this supervisor, when you're in a large high school, that's not the principal. That could be maybe the assistant principal. It could be whoever the leader designates. And so when we talk about all the things that we really want them to do and monitor, plus all the work that they truly have to do, I'm hoping that there is going to be some support for them as well as some training protocols for them so that the people who they're actually interfacing with, many of them who have been infected or may have to quarantine because of all kinds of issues, that everybody feels comfortable that they know what they're doing. So have we thought about that piece of this? Maybe it's not in the policy and it's coming later.
Yes, we've thought about it. The team is actually has the framework for the training already designed. Again, we're just waiting to get this feedback from the board to finalize that. So we have the actors in play, they've got the scripts ready and all the pieces. So all that training has been designed. We're just waiting for these final tweaks to make sure that we get it correct.
And just to follow up, Mr. Barbieri, I think there was one page, it says, if an employee tests positive, must take an appropriate leave. What would the leave be? Would people know what the appropriate leave would be here since it's kind of vague in this policy? Will people know that?
If I may, in the reporting section, we have in 2B, we have the different forms of leave. We also have a leave department and an HR call center. can certainly help employees walk through that process and do on a daily basis now.
Okay, that's good. And my last one, Mr. Barberi, since I was out, that I just know that there should be some kind of mental health support component to this. I know we're just trying, but people are going to be working with their school center. They're going to be in real sensitive situations as it relates to having maybe contracted the virus or been exposed. So is there going to be a mental health component or something with EAP that's going to be laid out for folks that may be working with their school center, but may need some additional support, not just their private physician, but some additional support. So is that somewhere in here, or how does that work?
Well, the EAP process is owned by a different department than Human Resources. I did reach out to them. I know that you brought that up when we walked you through the policy, and I brought that up to them. They realized that they need to do better communication or more communication out to the employees of the EAP services are available to employees now. I don't know if we've had an increase in EAP over this time of usage of EAP or not, but I know that they're looking into those questions about mental health and what we are providing to our employees.
And if I can add, we have seen a significant increase in use of EAP over the course of this COVID outbreak. And so that team will continue, in terms of all the resources that will be available to our employees, we will re-advertise those things. But it's had a significant increase over the course since March.
Ms. Perea, in follow-up to Mrs. Andrews' question, in paragraph 2B, since it is confusing with all those different form numbers with no titles on them, can we put some reference there to the leave office or phone number so that some of the employees are going to have no clue which kind of leave they're supposed to be filing for? So rather than just say that, complete one or more of the following forms, there should be something there that helps them figure out which form it is. Would that a phone call to the leave office or something? So can we put something there?
Yes, we can add that.
Go ahead, Dr.
I did have one question for Dr. Robinson in talking about the close contact. I did notice, and someone pointed it out to me, that we're asking for employees to give a list of every coworker. Should we add students to that as well? Thank you.
Yes, and actually in our conversation, I added students somewhere, but maybe I missed a spot. And so, yeah, and I do like your idea about redefining the close contact, but I just want to make note that the part that I'm talking about, the enclosed space, is not part of the CDC or anybody else's definition of close contact. So I just want to be clear about that because I don't want to mislead. So then, okay.
Ms. McQuinn, you have a question? Microphone, ma'am.
Rather than delineating, here's what I'm thinking of. I'm a teacher and I'm working with the bookkeeper in a closed space. So it's really any school employee that I'm in contact with or student, right? Anybody in the school building.
So the way I envision this is inside the room, right? So yeah. So if you and I are working and we're both in the media center, but we're 10 feet apart, but we've been in the media center all day and I test positive, then I should list you. Now that does not mean that we should quarantine you.
No.
Okay. But we should list you and then hand that over to the health department who's going to do the official contact tracing, right? So, and then let them sort that. But, I just, like I said, I think it's better to cast the net wide than narrow when you're talking about potential health consequences. And so I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Robinson, finish what you
Okay. So, but in terms of how complicated this can be for staff, the part that I'm talking about now was basically I test positive, somebody hands me a piece of paper and says, list everybody that fits this criteria that you've been around, right? And so it's not like we need to have all staff understand, all these rules, but it's just on that what happens if I test positive. So,
Dr. Mara Smith has a form that she's working on that may go through the forms committee that would become something that all supervisors would be able to download and print out.
Ms. Brill and Ms. Andrews have questions. Ms. Brill first, then Ms. Andrews.
Actually, I was going to wait till the end because it was referring to your conversation and to, I think it was Mrs. Whitfield's, but just with regard to people not understanding the requirements, I don't know if any of you have explored our website, Going the Distance Together, but there is a page that has links that answers questions for the public. And we could have something like that on our website also for employees. And maybe perhaps a visual roadmap. If this, then this. Showing them, what to do and what forms. But I wasn't going to interrupt again, but I think there's a very clear way we can communicate.
Ms. Andrews. Mrs. Andrews.
Yeah, communications is very critical. It's so much that's happening to people, the administration as well as the employees. And I just want to make sure that no one's going to be penalized as we begin this process. When we get into phase 2 and we begin to get back on campus and we have this policy approved and we have all these signs and we have all of this website information, I just hope there's going to be a period of time that the administration as well as all of us, as we work with these folks, if they make a mistake and not able to follow something that we told them that they must do, there's going to be some kind of grace period to help them or try to give them the training. I heard you say that there's going to be some training that they will be getting, but hopefully when people are sick or they're going through something, they may not always follow the right process that you've asked them to do just because you told them. If I'm infected, my brain might not be functioning the way it would function if I were okay. So I'm hoping there's going to be some kind of grace period of support for the employees if they get mixed up throughout this process. Can anybody help me with that?
I mean, we'll certainly be patient with people, but I think that, I have to be very clear, when we set these policies and procedures in place, this is our backbone to move forward. But we will definitely, we've been humane up until this point, we will continue, but the expectations will have to be the expectations to protect the interests of the district at some point. But no, I have no interest in disciplining people for making simple mistakes. I think we will start, if we had to do discipline, it would be for blatant, purposeful infractions of the rules.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So just to get all my little points out, then on line 99, where it says the area used by the sick employee should be closed off, I want to insert clean, disinfected. And then it goes on to read, and not accessed for a 24-hour period if possible. In line 132, the employee must document every coworker. That's where I saw already to insert and student, whom they've been in close contact, so on and so forth. Then when we go over to the return to work after self-isolation, so what we have written here is not completely in alignment with the recommendations that are 3 days old, I think. And I don't know, based on our conversation, I'm kind of torn about whether or not it belongs in the policy or in the whatever the best practices guideline will be. But I'm kind of leaning to both. But let me just tell you what they are anyway. So the current guidelines are resolution of fever without use of fever-reducing medicines for 24 hours. It used to be 3 days. So I would insert, based on today's knowledge, 24 hours. Then improvement in the respiratory symptoms. Let me see. For 10 days. Yeah, I think it's 10 days. I'm gonna double check that. And then now the test, as Ms. Vicki Pérez-Evans mentioned, CDC is not currently including the test as part of their return to work criteria. I'm kind of leaning towards continuing the test being included as as reassurance. I mean, you know, somebody sent me a study the other day of how afraid teachers are, right? And because there's some things that are obviously a lot of things that the knowledge is evolving, that I'm kind of leaning towards still including the test. I just want to make note, as she did, the tests are not currently part of CDC recommendations. And then in the next section for the person who was sent home after exposure, they changed the 14 days to 10 days of self-isolation after exposure. And then lastly, line 163, where the age 65 or older has been removed. I would like to keep that in there. I don't have real recent data on this, and maybe I can find it while we are talking. But age 65 and over was, at least in the past, listed as an independent risk factor, right? And again, I'm operating in this world that we call the abundance of caution. And so I would like to include employees who are 65 and older in that paragraph. And that's all my nitpicking on this policy.
Ms. Perret, go ahead.
I really would like guidance on the testing because, as Dr. Robinson said, it really is all over the place because originally the CDC had 2 tests. You had to have 2 negative tests before you could come back. So the Harvard study for the School of Public Health has in there that they're still requiring 2 tests at least 24 hours apart. The guidance we got from DOE last night or early this morning is they just want that 10 days have passed since the onset of symptoms. There is no testing requirement. So our thought was when we talked about it as committee, because as the committee started working on this, originally it was 2 tests, then it was 1 test, then it was no test. And that issue with the improvement in respiratory symptoms is that it's been at least 10 days, according to CDC guidelines at this very moment, at least 10 days have passed since symptoms first appeared and 24 hours since the last fever. That's for mild to moderate illness. It changes. There's a different criteria if you have severe to critical illness. One of the reasons why we looked at maintaining this test-based strategy over a symptom-based strategy is, one, are employees going to be honest about when their symptoms started or when they ended is one. Secondly, because they're sick, are they going to exactly remember the exact day the sore throat came on or the headache came on? We're not sure that they're going to have that, but we thought about having that comfort level for our employees and for the parents of the students who are attending. If we have a teacher who has a positive test or has been exposed to it, does it give a certain level of comfort and feel safety to the parent or the coworkers that the teacher, he or she has a document that says, I am no longer contagious. So that is a decision that the board needs to make of whether they want symptom-based strategies or a test-based strategy.
Well, the board doesn't appear to be making any decision on that one at the moment. Let me ask a question. Following up on Dr. Robinson, on line 137, wherever we added the name student, the reference to student, what line was that, Dr. Robinson?
It's 132, sir.
Okay, so
but it would be in several other places as well.
Okay, but we added student, but the employee may have been in contact with a parent. They may be in contact with some vendor that's not a coworker. So why didn't you say the employee must document every person with whom they've been in close contact with, rather than trying to define the different types of people that they might be in contact with? Mrs. McQuinn?
Yeah, I had written a note because it was also in line 101, so it's everywhere. I had written that we change coworker or just to person. So I agree.
Mrs. Rico?
I just wanted to add, as we go through these changes, and because again, we are in development stage, I would like to let the board know that as to naming the students and how we treat that student identification information. We'll take a look at that and address any potential issues that we might need to work on between now and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Andrews.
Yes, as I look at this, and I know that we've been looking at other districts as we put this policy together, and I thank Dr. Robinson for everything that she's doing for us, but these medical pieces are changing every single day. And I guess before we actually complete this policy, I just really hope that we're going to have someone that's going to kind of look at some of these things, because some of the things that we're putting in place now may be totally different, 5 days from now. And we still haven't heard from the medical experts too, that really are involved in this whole piece that we're dealing with. And so once we do a policy and approve it based on what we're thinking that we should be doing, based on what's out here for today that's fluid tomorrow, we need to have some backup here. So I don't know if anyone has discussed that or thought about that.
Yes, we have. So we will, obviously I have members of the Health Advisory Committee and then other medical professionals that I'm talking with. I'm actually in another process. I saw some of the board discussion item for our next meeting. I think we can really talk about it there as well, but I am actively seeking to try to make sure that we have medical professionals to give us the appropriate guidance. But I am very interested in the next conversation that we're going to have the next meeting, how we can formalize that for the board.
Dr. Robinson, going back to the question that Ms. Prey asked, symptom-based or test-based, what is your opinion on that?
I actually think that we should have both. Actually, the Harvard School of Public Health report that was published in June, so again, we need to know the dates on everything. They said for a person who had symptoms, they should stay home until 3 days after the symptoms have been gone. The CDC recommendation is now 24 hours of no fever. But then they said, and either A, 10 days since the symptoms first appeared, or 2 negative tests. So I think that either or is good. And then it's for the person who tested positive but did not have symptoms, they said 10 days since the positive test result. CDC's latest recommendations agree with that, or 2 negative test results. So I like the way that the Harvard School of Public Health wrote it. So it's using both. It has options for the person who tested positive and had symptoms.
All right, Ms. Bray, you got
that. For the purposes of the conversation, conversations that I've had with the health department in the state, typically is what Dr. Robinson I'll hear 10 days of no symptoms and they should be able to turn back to work. Like that's typically the language we're hearing from everyone else. And the 2 tests will then allow a person actually to come back sooner. So I think that is because in some cases, if people don't want to sit out, if I can get these 2 tests, I can be back at work in 5 days. And so that's kind of the guidance that I've been given. And so I just wanted to share that with the board.
Okay, Mrs. McQuinn.
So I agree with when Dr. Robinson's first sentence, for those of you who are taking the notes, it was that or factor that I think is great. Got it? Does that make sense?
Yep. Everybody okay with that? Yep. Everybody's shaking their head yes. Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you. And I apologize for disappearing again. I've lost all power and my internet on my phone, even my cell service seems to be going in and out. So I'm here for right now. I'm very happy. I did want to ask, I know we're hiring a new person for going through all of these employee requests. But what is the current turnaround time on that? If somebody puts in a request and says, I can't come back to work because I'm immune compromised or whatever their reason is, how long does it usually take for us to be able to respond? I'm just curious, during that intermediate time, are they staying home awaiting the results? Are they coming to work waiting the results? And in that time, what are we doing as far as paying them?
Okay, so the ADA process is interactive. So it really is going to depend. It can move very quickly or it can move very slowly depending upon the doctors that are involved and the employee on how willing and able they are to get the information to the ADA coordinator, to their doctor, and then the doctor responding back to the ADA coordinator, because this really is truly interactive. So it's going to depend on a person by person. They are technically required, if they are asked to return to work, they are to return to work. We move through the process as quickly as we humanly possibly can. And I don't have a set date because, again, it really depends on, we have some that just turn around within a week and some that turn around, it takes months and months and months just because of the willingness of the participants to actually come to an agreement. In the meantime, the employee is either at work or is taking a leave of absence.
Okay. Any more questions?
One thing I wanted to share, and so we've been, Dr. LaCava and his team have been in Ms. Evans' parade. We've been researching this stuff like crazy. And so when you look at other districts, there are other large districts who are even giving employees the option to take a leave of absence for up to a year. And so there is no consistency across the state, is really what I'm trying to say to you. And so we have to decide what's going to be best for Palm Beach County, to be honest.
Mrs. Andrews.
And thank you. And I did ask Vicki the question just the other day, because I'm really concerned about the teachers. You know, in some districts, you have them actually protesting and not wanting to go to work. Are we working closely with the union? Have we put this thing together tightly so that we can hear the concerns from the teachers? We're putting this policy together. We're kind of working on a whole lot of different things, but we've got to make sure that we keep that communications line open with the teachers, the leadership for the teachers, as well as other unions too. So where are we with that? I know the last time we had a board meeting, we heard the CTA president saying that he wanted to get a little bit more concrete with the district so that he could have a voice for his teachers. So what's happening for the teachers as well as the other employees on this piece with this policy?
Well, one, I sent, after speaking with you, we sent the policy out to all of the unions, their representatives, to make sure they had a copy of it, even though it's on the website and they know about it. We made sure that they had copies of it. I've talked to both Theo Harris and Justin Katz at length about the policy. We had a meeting with them yesterday I know that Dr. Sheffield, Mr. Oswald, myself, we're meeting with the union leadership as late as yesterday afternoon, talking about what the new MOU is going to be like. We're talking to unions almost on a daily basis, particularly CTA. The other unions have not been as forthcoming or coming to the table about certain issues that they have, but we have been reaching out to all of them, and we are in constant communication with CTA.
And I would just add, I met with CTA today. I meet with them every week, and the union officials at SEIU, I speak to them regularly as well. So we keep them all in the loop on everything.
All right, if there are no further questions on this policy, we can move to the next one, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Perret. Policy 5.326, student protocols due to COVID-19 workshop. At this time, I turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Keith Oswald and his team.
Thank you, Dr. Fennoy. Good afternoon, board members. Policy 5.326 will be an emergency policy that will, with the recommendations for the board to vote this afternoon on this particular policy that would be good for, it's emergency policy, good for 90 days. Within that 90 days, we will bring that back to you for 2 reads to update it based on what we learned. So also with this policy, we had a large team that's been working on this particular policy, including principals, principal supervisors, relevant district team to really support this, who reviewed numerous documents. There is a lot of research that is out there, or a lot that we're learning day by day, some as early as yesterday on some of these protocols. So this is really around how do we keep our students safe, but our entire community when it applies to COVID. So we're going to kind of go through each section. Since the board is voting on this today, we kind of want to break it out for the entire community to understand what we're asking of students to comply with, as well as the responsibilities of families, as well as school administration. So This is, again, a brand new policy, so it is going to be very important for the school district to take numerous strategies to educate the entire community about what we're asking. So we will be working on, as Dr. Fennoy mentioned earlier, everything from videos, student handbook, initially when students first come back into bricks and mortar, to a whole little orientation around what is new and what is different about school. What does this look like? So again, a number of different changes, a number of different strategies to ensure everybody understands what is new. Under district safety guidelines, there are a number of requirements for students that I kind of like to go through so that the entire community understands this particular component. So first section is really about that students should come to school if they're sick. And within this section, we do list out all the symptoms, in particular of COVID-19 symptoms, everything from fever, cough, sore throat, diarrhea, etc., are listed out here. So if you have any of those symptoms, you are to stay home and not come to school. Also under this section, we're asking parents to self-screen their students at home prior to coming to school. If they do have a temperature of 100.4 or higher, that again, you remain home and do not come to school. And again, that students shouldn't report to school if they're using any fever-reducing medications. Also, complying with all social distancing guidelines. There's going to be a lot of new procedures and protocols on all of our school campuses. All of our facilities have different hallways, different designs. Our principals are in the midst of reconfiguring what that's going to look like, one-way hallways, etc. So as the principals orient the students to these new guidelines, the students must comply to all of these changes. So we list everything from arrival and dismissal procedures, how hallways are used, etc. So again, a number of different pieces. Also in this section around facial coverings, and I'll go in more detail, just as we heard from the previous conversation, a lot of detail on the requirement of facial coverings. Also, again, congregating. We're asking and telling students they cannot congregate when on a school campus. Again, our buildings were not built for social distancing. They were built to come together. So again, we're educating everyone around that. Also that our students are not going to share any of their school supplies with one another. Very important piece. Under the facial coverings, we will provide students 5 washable facial coverings. And again, as we heard earlier, we detail out how those facial coverings need to be worn, that they need to be snug, fit comfortably so that they can be hands-free. We do list out that they can't have the holes, they can't be mesh. I know there was some conversation, this may come up later, regarding those facial coverings that have the valves. So this is not in this particular policy. There was a lot of discussion with principals and others with concerns around trying to police those with valves. So when we get to the discussion item, this may come up at that time. Also highlighting that when facial coverings would be removed. So for example, when students are seated and eating or drinking at lunch or breakfast, and then also during some electives that may require removal. And I know there's some board members that may have some feedback around that particular, some suggested changes at that component. Also, there is in this section a piece around those particular students who may need an exemption. So we have heard from some health officials that in particular some special needs students and others that may need an exemption to a facial covering. So one of those first alternatives would be a face shield. So the process would involve that we would train the 504 team, a 504 compliant team. One that the student would have to provide and the parent would have to provide from a medical professional why one would need to be exempted, and then the team would meet to review that process. Also, that students would keep their desk areas and others clutter-free. We will work separately when it comes to athletics, intramurals for separate guidelines in that section, a separate section for that. It's not part of this policy. And again, that students must be placed in distance learning if tested positive for COVID-19. Also, students exposed to COVID-19 may also be placed into distance learning. I'll go into that a little bit more in another section. And again, that report could come from a parent, a number of different avenues that's listed out there. And the school administration, and again, under that particular section of the policy, the responsibility of the school principal and what they would do in that section. So under the responsibilities of students and families, if a student does test positive for COVID-19, a parent must self-report that no later than the following school day. And if that does happen, the school administrator will enroll that particular student in distance learning and obviously work with their supervisor, district staff on protocols to follow to have the affected areas cleaned. Also, a student who tests positive must provide a list of everybody that they have been in contact with for a similar to what we saw in the adult for our employees for more than 15 minutes within 6 feet. This list will be provided to the administration to use for contact tracing, and administration would then work to notify those affected of possible exposure. If also in this section, if a student exhibits while in school any symptoms of COVID-19, they would be sent to the clinic, evaluated by the school nurse, and then placed in an isolation room until a parent or guardian picks up the student to go home. Then the student would not report back to school until symptom-free. Under the responsibilities of the principals, so if a student tests positive for COVID-19, they're going to immediately know their school supervisor, as well as a number of different departments, including risk management, maintenance and plant operations, school support services, which is our medical person, the environmental and conservation services department, and communications. That will be an email distribution that we are working through a process. So the principal emails this that will be monitored. And then again, they would request for sanitization in affected areas, and then also work with the local Department of Health and others regarding potential classroom closures, other students being sent home, or potentially even school closures if needed.
Mr. Oswald, let me ask you a question on that slide. So I know it's somewhere in the policy and we'll see it later, but the principal's got to notify like 5 different departments, if I remember correctly. We just went to Jensen Beach High School. In that school, they had 7 different classrooms. It probably happened during the same day at different times of day. So if the principal or whoever the designee is has got to get on the phone and contact 5 different departments, get busy signals or tied up and wait for phone calls to come back, it doesn't make any sense to me. I told you that when we met to talk about this policy. The principal should be able to notify maybe the regional office, and the regional office takes care of all the notifications rather than putting that burden on the principal to contact all these different departments who may be not available when they call. And now they got to wait for callbacks. And now in the meantime, they have another infection somewhere else in the school site that they've got to start the contacts all over again to talk about the newest one. So can we streamline that somehow so that the principals aren't faced with having to make all those phone calls? There should be one. They notify somebody who takes over for them from that point forward.
Yes, we will work on it. Yeah, I know this was expressed by other board members as well. So this would be a distribution email. So we wanted to list the departments out so that for transparency, everyone understands how everyone's working together on this. But they wouldn't necessarily like getting on the phone and calling every single department. This would be one email to alert of the issue. We could work on a process where that could be the site supervisor to alert the rest of the departments.
One thing we might also want to consider now that we're talking about this out loud, and I agree with the board members, we need to streamline it. Maybe we create a dedicated email address that is managed by someone here. You know, we can think about that. I think there's a way we can get to that streamline. But if we had like a dedicated COVID-19 email address, that then, you know, I'm sure IT could figure out a way to get that to all the appropriate people. And then what I would do is, I think we should get a weekly update on this anyway as an executive team. So then we would be and then maybe reports to the regions. I think there's a way for us to figure that out, Mr. Barbieri and the rest of the board.
And Mr. Paul Strauss is working on that process, Dr. Fenoy, now, an email distribution list.
Ms. McQuinn had her hand up. Ms. McQuinn.
No, I wanted, yes, I had addressed the same thing when staff went over the policy, and they assured me that there would, I'm going to say principal or designee, but it would be like, here's the COVID notification, and it goes out to whoever it's supposed to go out to. It's because I initially suggested the region, but this notifies the region at the same time as everybody else, so there's not one person waiting, one department waiting on the next to take action.
Mrs. Andrews.
Thank you. And I've already spoken to Mr. Oswald about this. I'm really worried when we're saying that before the child comes to school, that the parent must make sure that, you know, that they don't have a temperature, that they're well, and so on and so on. This is going to be a problem. And I know we don't have enough folks maybe to do a temperature check for everybody, but we're going to have to find a way that we're going to check on these children where there may not be anybody at home when that child leaves for school. They may not even have a thermometer. So I'm still worried about how that's going to work when the children just get to school and no one has had the ability to check on them. And they want to come to school. So many times they will come in there and they could be sick. So what are we going to do about that? We should have some kind of alternative for those that may come in and never had their temperature taken. It could be a whole lot of kids that may have to go to this safe room that you're talking about. How is that going to work? Mr. Oswald.
Yeah, so again, one would be first notification and educate the community about the importance of self-checking, and where that doesn't happen. And if it's a teacher or another adult or another student notice that someone has symptoms, they would go to the school nurse. The school nurse would do that assessment. And from that point, make the determination if the child needs to go home and has those symptoms and cannot stay in school, they would go to an isolation room. And our principals are establishing these isolation rooms on every campus until the parent or guardian picks the child up.
I just worry a little bit because this is where we come from, the equity piece, and maybe some of the folks will have a thermometer and they will be able to check their children before they leave out the door. We need to have some kind of emergency process, and we know it's going to be places like in my region sometimes and in other regions where kids are going to come and there's nobody going to know. They're going to be at school, and then all of a sudden we're going to find out that somebody's been sick and we weren't on the front end. So we've got to figure out how do we get on the front end of some of these issues that we're talking about, especially to make sure that children, when they're sick, don't show up to school. I'm concerned. I was looking at a picture just the other day and I saw somebody at the bus stop doing temperature checks of the children as they got off the bus. So I don't know. It seems like we don't have a backup plan. Is that what we're saying? We're just going to make sure we tell parents and we tell everybody you better do it. But if they don't do it, we're going to have a lot of cases.
I'm not sure if I understand the request. So we are trying to educate and understand that we do understand. I mean, you're right. There are going to be some situations where students will not be self-checked at home. This is a 90-day plan, so we know that we're going to learn a lot in the short term. We are learning from other schools and what they're doing and looking at best practices. We've done a lot of research, so we'll continue to look at that particular piece and see what other districts are doing, Ms. Andrews, and if we can make any adjustments. Again,
Mrs. Whitfield, I'm sorry, Mr. Oswald, Mrs. Whitfield.
I have just a couple of questions that I think might kind of fit in here. One thing that parents have expressed to me is a concern that they are not allowed to kind of come and go from school, but I believe that we're allowing that to happen. If a parent wants to come one day and changes their mind and then decides they don't want to come the next day, they're not feeling comfortable, that we're allowing that, right?
So we are allowing flexibility for parents to change choices. As far as Dr. Fenor has been clear about that, we would just put some parameters. Obviously, many people making a day-to-day change puts a strain on administration as far as their master board, if it's classrooms, depending on the configuration for social distancing that's been established for each school. So we will work on protocols around that piece.
Okay, great. And I'm really sorry. I still am without power here, so I'm kind of working it as a limitation. But in this document, did we have a specification in there around chorus that you didn't have to wear a mask for chorus? Is that true, or am I reading that from some other document that I read?
That is correct. So there is a section, and again, as things change quickly. I had a conversation with Dr. Robinson regarding this particular section. I think she's going to offer some potential changes to this to work on some protocols. The school district team in the curriculum department have been researching with a number of the different affiliations that we are associated with and are working on training for a number of our elective teachers in particular, where wearing masks may or may not work. Actually, the wearing of masks is recommended even when singing with 6 feet and done outside.
Okay. And then, thank you. That would be good. I really worry about that because of stories I've heard about, high infection rates among choral groups. So the other thing that I just want to bring up again is I do think we should set norms for our teenagers around how frequently they need to wash their masks. I don't think that it's a given that they will do it if we don't say what that is supposed to be. And so even if we say, hey guys, remember when you go home this weekend, wash your mask at least once a week, wash them every couple of days. Dr. Robinson would know better than I do if there is actually a medical recommendation around that. But I do think that it's probably better if they are cleaner. So just something that I think we should somehow set a norm or an expectation.
Yeah, absolutely. All the research and all the documents we've been looking at, the Harvard one that was alluded to earlier, CDC talks about training students, staff, everyone about not only washing but how to wear them, appropriate use. So yes, absolutely, those would be protocols put in place. If I go back and finish? Oh.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so almost finished here, and then we can go back to the questions. I think I left off. So again, responsibility of principals if a student tests positive for COVID-19. Again, I think we left off with alerting the number of departments. We got the feedback there. Again, the administration will request a list of the students that they've been in contact with and use that for contact tracing. This list would be obviously kept confidential. And then those potentially exposed, those students identified may be sent home for 14 days to self-isolate and not return to school until they are symptom-free or produce a test that shows they are negative. Also, the student who did test positive, again, would not return back to school until a test is produced to show that they are negative or that they've been isolated for 14 days and are symptom-free. And consequences for non-compliance, we would be following student code of conduct, but in particular, that is of concern are those students for non-compliance of wearing a facial covering, and that would not only follow student code of conduct, but also the student may be assigned and enrolled into distance learning. Again, a number of different documents have been used to develop this particular policy. It would be good, again, emergency policy, good for 90 days, and At this time, I'll turn it back over to the chair for any questions, additional questions or modifications.
Dr. Robinson.
I can add quickly, a copy of the numbered policy was added to the workshop part as well as in the actual regular agenda for later.
Go ahead, Dr. Robinson, then Ms. Brill.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to kind of go through as I did before. So the first thing is, and somebody said this earlier, but I want to reiterate the need, and I don't know that it belongs here, but the need to really have an education campaign about COVID-19 for parents, students, and staff, which it also includes why are these recommendations are in place, right? So anyway, moving forward. So line 21, it names the symptoms of COVID-19. It says severe headache, but I don't see anywhere where severe is included. And so I would ask that we remove severe. Then the same deal with the 3-layer mask here. Then line 55. It says at this time, based on guidance from health authorities, net, gaiters, open chin, triangle bandanas, mesh materials, or holes of any kind are not acceptable. So I think we probably would imagine that valves will be included with holes, but I think we need to specify it. So I would include valves. And then, okay, as Ms. Whitfield already mentioned, chorus is dangerous and woodwind instruments are dangerous. And so I, as I understand from talking to Mr. Oswald, that this is maybe the recommendations for how that is managed end up in this yet to be named document that will evolve as more information becomes available. Then line, 75? So this is about students be placed in distance learning if testing positive for COVID-19. Students exposed to COVID-19 may be assigned to distance learning. So if a student is exposed to COVID-19, they shall be assigned to distance learning until the other criteria are met. So I would suggest that line 75 change may to shall. And then lines 90 to 93, this is kind of a similar as the previous conversation. So the latest CDC guidelines dated August 16th use resolution of fever for 24 hours and 10 days after symptom onset or positive test.
Dr. Robinson, hold on one second. Ms. Brill, want to interject something with you.
Thank you. I just wanted Dr. Robinson to interject where you were talking about line 75. I actually had a robust conversation with staff regarding that paragraph. So I just want to check, what they explained to me was the difference, and I want to ask you as a professional, as a medical professional, your opinion. They said that for students exposed firsthand to COVID-19, we could change it to will or shall be assigned to distance learning, but then later on, and I can tell you where the wording would be, if they're exposed to secondhand, if it's secondhand exposure, like their parent was exposed, let's say, and they're home with their parent, do you see a difference there, or do you want to keep the secondhand and firsthand exposure, Dr. Robinson, the same? You follow me? Making that?
This is great. Like, I've never heard of secondhand exposure to COVID-19. So, okay. So this contemplates then that, that I have COVID-19 and my son comes over, so I expose him. So now his son is secondhand exposed? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what they explained to me is if, let's say, a child's parent is exposed, and they come home and they're now in quarantine and they're living with that parent.
Yeah.
So they're getting, we don't know if the parent has COVID at that point, but it's secondhand exposure. do we automatically move that child to distance learning at that point? Or do we differentiate between it? I agree with you. I wanted us to say that if a student was, that students that were exposed shall be or will be, moved to distance learning. I was all for that. But the pushback I got was there's a difference between firsthand exposure and secondhand exposure.
So if we want to talk about firsthand and secondhand exposure, then we need to say that. I have never heard or read any medical people talk about secondhand exposure, right? I think it's a very interesting question because of like the world we live in and the environments in school. But here with the definition of exposure implies first-hand exposure. And so they shall be placed on distance learning. I think that we need to ask, that's a question I've been down many not COVID-19 rabbit holes. That's not one I've been down yet. So I can explore it, or, Dr. Fennoy can ask his health advisory committee or whatever. I just have not read anything where anybody has gone down that hole yet.
Okay, so if I can just propose the language for you and for the committee to look at, what I was going to at our board meeting suggest is that at line 75, starting at the end of 74, students exposed firsthand to COVID-19 shall be or will be assigned, blah, blah, blah. And then getting down to the end of the paragraph at line 80 to 81, where it says at the end of 80, on whether or not students, well, I'll read the whole sentence so you get it. The school administration will assess the situation in conjunction with the Department of Health and other school district staff on whether or not students exposed secondhand to COVID-19 will be assigned to distance learning. So I hope I made that clear, but that could be the conversation.
Well, I don't have any objection to that. Whatever staff person was talking about secondhand, I would like for them to refer whatever documents they were looking at. So, because as I said, that's just not a hole I've gone down yet. So, very interesting concept, though.
So if I may jump in, the conversation we had with Ms. Brill, I don't know if Ms. Pincus is on as well, was regarding if basically an unverified exposure. So a kid comes to what Ms. Brill was saying. Someone comes to school and says, somebody in my household has COVID-19, or someone at their work, but it's unverified. And obviously, school administration cannot police that. So this is a situation where, depending on what situation, they may or may not be placed into distance learning. And just for a point of clarification, Ms. Brill, you were saying that after what you stated regarding secondhand, that they will be placed in, or maybe?
No, that at the end of that line is saying that it's the Department of Health, district staff, other people are going to make that determination. And the verbiage that Ms. Pincus gave me was secondhand rather than unverified exposure.
This is what you.
Thank you. Let me push back a little bit on this secondhand exposure idea. If we decide to go down that particular rabbit hole using Dr. Robinson's wording, then we're going to lose a lot of employees who will come to us saying that they were around somebody who may have possibly had it, and so now we're quarantining them as well. And I want everyone to be safe. I do, but I do think that there may be extremes that we're going down that worry me. I don't want to create another issue here where there might not be one.
Ms. Brill.
Mrs. Whitfield, I think you're misconstruing what we're talking about. We're not talking about employees with secondhand exposure. This is just for students and whether the student goes to distance learning.
Yeah, but my issue is that if it's good for the student, why wouldn't it be good for the employee? I'm kind of stepping it back here a second. I can understand why you're saying this for the students, but it would then be expanded to the teachers. I would have the same argument if I was a teacher. If it's good for the student to be in distance learning, then why can't I stay home too? So I'm really cautioning that this is not, we don't want to go so big here. I'm just very concerned.
General Counsel.
I was going to ask Ms. Pincus to weigh in since she was part of this conversation. She unfortunately is on a personal leave day and not available, but I can have Ms. Carmona discuss if you wish. It's not really a strong legal issue. I think it was just part of conversation that occurred. And if you'd like to have some more discussion about that from the perspective of our team, I can do that. If not, it's up to you.
Ms. Brill.
Well, this is this policy in development right now, or is this going to be adopted?
It's in development.
No, this is the emergency policy, General.
Excuse me. Sorry, this is the emergency.
So then as a follow-up, I would say let's leave that conversation on the side about secondhand and go with Dr. Robinson's recommendation of shall, which is what I wanted in the first place before I got the pushback. So I'm with Dr. Robinson on her suggestion, her previous suggestion, and then later on, if we need to modify the policy, we can do so at that time.
Mrs. Andrews?
Yeah, and that's exactly where I was going, Ms. Brill, because when we look at all these pieces, this is one that's going to be approved this afternoon. We don't want to start eliminating our children and having them to go into distance learning. Even with this that we will approve today, we're going to have to come up with some mechanisms so that we can train the families through by way of maybe some sessions, Google Meets or Zoom meetings or whatever, and work with the community so that they will understand this. It's easy to kind of put this and say, this is the policy. Guess what? It's online. It's on our website, and we need to know it. Children will be impacted if the adults don't understand what's going on. So we really don't want to expand nothing. We don't want to try to keep kids from going to school if their families want them to go to school. And we really want everybody to be safe, but we have to educate people, and we really need to spend some time. I know this is something, a 90-day policy, but when we finish talking about this afternoon, I really want to figure out how we're going to get this message to the adults in our community to make sure that they understand so that the children won't be impacted in a negative way and they can get to the business of being safe.
Mrs. McQuinn?
There we go. So with all of this discussion, and if we go to shall, so then on line 78, it looks like to 80, we eliminate that last sentence. The school administration will assess the situation. They don't have to do that, right? Because I don't know how they do it in the first place.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. That would just come right out.
Yes.
Okay. I like it.
Any other questions? You have Dr. Robinson?
Okay, thank you. So let's see, we already talked about lines 89 to 93, right? And the change to stay home, they could return to school once they've been out for 10 days instead of 14 days, and the negative test. Right? Is okay. I think I said that already. So moving on, 98 or so. So I think this is the same issue as the enclosed space. So maybe if we can look at the language about that we're going to contemplate for the other policy about the definition of close contact, including like the kids who've been on the school bus with you, because I don't know that this policy is written includes that. Includes, we were in the same classroom, we were on the same bus. And so we might need to tweak either the policy or the definition of close contact there for students as well. And then lastly, I think my last question on this one is with line 107, the student will report to an isolation area. So that's separate and apart from the health room that school nurses are in. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And just Dr. Robinson, for clarification, I'm assuming then we will make that same change to may to shall in line 126 for those as students identified in 5C. And making that from 14 days to 10 days.
Mr. Oswald, let me ask you a question. So
Thank you for that.
we're back on what Dr. Robinson read in 95. Any student who tests positive must immediately provide administration. Are we talking about a kindergarten kid? He's got to now immediately provide a list to the administration of all the people they were in contact with. I mean, how are we going to enforce that? The child may not even know the names of the other kids in the classroom, or the names of the kids that he saw in the bathroom, or the names of the kids who were on his bus. I mean, we need to have some leniency here, because when these little ones are asked to do it's easy for middle school and high school kids to come up with that information, but the little ones are not going to be.
Ms. Barber, let me offer a suggestion. I heard something from a call from some other superintendents that I actually liked. I haven't had time to share it with staff yet today, but I think for the younger grades, we need to look at like very strict seating charts. So then that way, then the adults can handle that. So I think some sort of training for parents, obviously, about what's happening in the child's life at home. And obviously with the younger kids, again, speaking of the father of a 4-year-old, I control her movements. So I can tell you where she was and where she wasn't. But I think in the schools, if we create seating charts, movement charts, and we dictate that, then we wouldn't expect the babies to do that. We would control that for them. We just would have to be clear, and now that's an accountability thing. If this is something that my team agrees with me on, then it's going to be mandatory seating charts. And I'm actually arguing K-12, so that we'll know where these kids are at all times. And then if we, and as this progresses, if we have to move into pod-like structures and move kids in groups, then we're used to that from the beginning. A lot of times people will just say, pick a seat, and then that'll be your seat for the whole year. I think we do it opposite now. I think we control all of that to the best of our ability, and that way we'll have documentation of where all that flows. Now I'm literally just getting off a call about this, but I just wanted to share that with the group, because I think that's an idea that could solve the problem because I thought about it too when it came up in that policy earlier.
Right, Doug. Thanks, Dr. Fry. I think that's a great idea. I mean, if we know that one child's COVID, it's got the infection, you just call the teacher and say, who's sitting around that child? I mean, let's see the seating chart. We know immediately which kids have to be notified. Sure. Yeah. So we will explore that further. I think that'll be, because the beautiful part of the board pushing our date back, we can now go study what other people are doing. And so that's one that popped up, is having seating charts help you do your own form of control and contact tracing within your own space. And before we get 100 phone calls from high school kids that say, listen, I don't want, maybe your first sentence where they go in and they pick their seat for the year so they can sit wherever they want with their friends. And that's the seating chart that is documented at that point, so that the teacher doesn't put two kids that hate each other sitting next to each other.
Well, what we'll do is we'll make that an expectation, and we'll let them figure that part out. But I agree with you.
All right, great. Mrs. Whitfield.
Dr. Fenoy, does it sound like you're maybe reconsidering the idea of assigning seats on buses too? Or is that still something you don't think could happen?
No, so what we're going to be piloting is a registration process, so we even know who's on the bus. So let me be clear. I think we're going to be able to do that. Like, this is all brand new, so I'm trying to under promise and over deliver, but we have developed a registration process that might be able to help us with that. The other thing about buses, and obviously thanks to this board, I know a lot about this subject, is that the part of it, the challenge is who shows up at the bus. So we don't really control that. And so as we keep moving through this, I think we'll become more consistent. Because I think the other part of this is, especially with the older children, the bus driver is looking forward and driving. It's very hard to discipline a bunch of people when you're driving the bus. And I don't want to get any bus drivers in trouble for turning around, and they need to do their job. So I think there's some more to work through that on that, but we are moving forward with a registration process.
All right, any other questions from the board? Superintendent, do you have anything else for this workshop?
No, sir, I just appreciate all the feedback. It gives us a lot. As a matter of fact, the team's been making adjustments as you guys have been speaking. So thank you so much and looking forward to the next meeting.
Yeah, they've done a great job, so thank you to your whole staff for that. So board members, we have a time certain meeting that starts at 5 o'clock. So once we adjourn this meeting, Ms. Brill is going to make that motion. We're going to listen to her this time. We'll come back at 5 o'clock. Ms. Brill made a motion to adjourn, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You opposed, Dr. Robinson? You have something you want to? Okay. Meeting is adjourned. We'll come back here at 5 o'clock. Related to both employee and student protocols as a result of COVID-19. We will now move on to our board meeting using Google Meet technology for board members and staff who are participating live. Viewers and listeners can access the meeting today by either watching on Comcast channel 235 or by using the YouTube link on our webpage at palmbeachschools.org. We offer a listening only option, which the public can access by calling 561-357-5900 or toll free at 1-866-930-7015. The meeting ID is 1-561-880-1124 hashtag. I now call the meeting of the School Board of Palm Beach County to order at 5 p.m. on August 19th, 2020. Mrs. Bass, would you please call the roll?
District 1, Barbara McQuinn.
Here.
District 2, Chuck Shaw. Absent. District 3, Karen Brill.
Here.
District 4, Erica Whitfield.
Here.
District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews.
Here.
District 7, Deborah Robinson.
Here.
All right, we have quorum with 6 board members present. Earlier at the workshop, we asked, Dr. Robinson was nominated and approved as the acting vice chair for today in Mr. Shaw's absence. So unless there's any objection, Mr. Shaw, yes, yeah, I'll get it straight here. Dr. Robinson will act as the vice chair today in Mr. Shaw's absence. Also joining us on our virtual dais is Superintendent Dr. Donald Fenoy, General Counsel Julie Enrico, Inspector General Teresa Michael, and Board Clerk Carol Bass. I'd like to welcome our new student rep, Santiago Alvarez, who is the Palm Beach County President of Student Councils, and he's also from Boca Raton High School. Welcome, Santiago. Also joining us today is Dr. Alina Alonso, Director of Florida Department of Health in Palm Beach County, and Administrative Assistant Joanne Grabowski. Dr. Fenoy will introduce her further in his comments. As always, senior staff members will join us periodically as directed by the superintendent. This meeting is being transcribed by a closed captioner, so remember to speak at a reasonable pace. Now please direct your attention to the flag on the screen. Dr. Fenoy, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Fenoy. A quick review of our meeting protocol. Remember, if you're not speaking, your microphone should be on mute. If you need to step away from the meeting for a moment, please turn off your camera. For the public's information, when a board member's camera is off, the board member is still present at the meeting and can still hear and see what's happening. We'll now move to the agenda. The first item on the agenda is review and approve minutes. There are 5 sets of minutes there. Do we have a motion? Can we remove the flag, please, so I can see the board members? Thank you. Motion was made by Ms. Brill, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. There are 2 items that have been added for good cause, item P2 and POLA1. I'll read the good cause statements. For the personnel addendum, good cause exists for adding this item to allow for employees to start in their new positions as soon as possible. And for POLA1, policy 5.326, student protocols due to COVID-19 emergency adoption, good cause exists for adding this item to the agenda now. As we prepare for students to return to our school centers, board action is needed at this time to implement safety protocols for students entering our schools during this pandemic in accordance with CDC guidelines and governmental orders. This emergency policy will be in effect for a period of 90 days, and a permanent policy will be brought to the board for adoption for 2021 within 90 days. Mr. Superintendent, I see a couple items, at least one item withdrawal. What are those items you're withdrawing today?
Yes, sir. That's TL2 2020-2022 dual enrollment articulation agreements with Palm Beach State College and Florida Atlantic. We are withdrawing that.
All right, board members, we have two items been pulled so far, BCS1 and POL HR1. Are there any other items that the board would like to pull at this time? Dr. Robinson?
Yes, I'd like to pull TL1. I did not hear you say that. And FMPA1.
All right, so the item's been pulled at BCS1, POL HR1, TL1, and FMPA1. Are there any other items the board wishes to pull? We need a motion to approve the agenda as modified. Motion by Mrs. Whitfield, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Are there any disclosures and abstentions, board members? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent, comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. By now, the school board is aware, but I would also like to share this important information with our student, staff, and the entire community. Late yesterday, I was contacted by Chancellor Jacob Oliva from the Florida Department of Education, congratulating the district for our commitment to excellence and innovation. Chancellor Oliva informed me that for those reasons, the reopening of schools plan that the district submitted to the state has been approved. What that means is that the plans approved by the board will proceed according to the timeline we have set and in the manner that we have designed. We will reopen in the distance learning mode of instruction as planned on August the 31st. We will return to brick and mortar campuses once the county moves from phase 1 to phase 2. It is very important for parents and guardians to understand that those who would like to continue to be instructed in distance learning after campuses reopen may continue to do so. Late yesterday, the state also issued guidance to districts throughout the state. This information includes recommendations and solutions from the Department of Education based on lessons that have been learned throughout Florida as other districts began opening last week. I have also been holding regular meetings with the Director of Florida Department of Health, who you'll be hearing from in a moment, medical experts, and the county administrator to ensure that all decisions align in the best interest of students, staff, and our entire community. Early next week, parents and staff will receive much more information from the district regarding the specifics of distance learning and the reopening of school campuses. We will be sharing an easily understood guidebook, which will explain everything from how distance learning will work as we begin the school year to how campuses will be modified to emphasize safety practices amid COVID-19. The guidebook will also reflect details of the 2 COVID-19 policies approved by the school board that will be approved hopefully by the school board. Information such as the requirements of facial coverings, the protocol that will be followed if student or staff tests positive for COVID, and much, much more. In addition to this information, the district opened a helpline today. Operators are available to answer questions in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. The number to call is 561-969-5840. Again, that's 561-969-5840. The helpline is open today and tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., then again on Monday through Friday the following 2 weeks. On Tuesday of next week, the district will also live stream a news conference from the boardroom beginning at 9 a.m. You will hear updates from various departments as they relate to distance learning and the reopening of our campuses. It has never been more important for parents, staff, and community to remain informed about all of this information that impacts all of us, directly and indirectly. Before we move on, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Dr. Elena Alonso, Director of the Florida Department of Health in Palm Beach County, to say a few words. Dr. Alonso, I turn the floor over to you for a few comments.
Thank you very much. I actually have a PowerPoint because I thought I could update you on just what we're looking at and some of the markers and the indicators that we're looking at. So if I can do this correctly, I believe if I go on here that I can enter my presentation. Is that correct? Okay.
It should be present now.
I'm clicking on present now. And then what?
Do the tech people have her blocked from presenting?
I promise it's not bad. Okay, well, I can just talk in terms of the presentation.
If you click your entire screen, after you hit that now, click on your entire screen.
Once you select present now, you'll get a prompt about which screen you'd like to present. So select from either a tab or the entire window, and then you can simply switch that to presentation.
To continue, it says screen now. I'm not following it. Oh, but that's okay.
From the PowerPoint, we'll work on that later.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll just be able to talk from the presentation here. So what I want to do is just give you some of the data that we have in terms of our total COVID cases in Florida. Florida has an increase of 4,000 cases with another 505 hospitalizations, and they had a total of another 170 deaths. I want all of you to understand when these deaths are reported that the deaths end up going into the date that the person actually died. So when we say 174, that does not mean that last night 174 people died. Instead, what that means is that's the number that we received of information, and each one of those deaths will go into the date of death. So they could go back as far as 2 weeks. So out of 174, maybe there's only 40 that are new cases. So that's how the deaths are reported. In terms of Palm Beach County, which is what we're really interested in looking at, we now have in Palm Beach County 39,309 cases. So that means we had an additional 202 cases. Now for us in Palm Beach County, that is music to our ears. When we closed, after we closed and we actually opened for the first time in the first restart, we were at 68 cases per day. They very quickly started going up, and we've had as many as 1,100 cases come in one night. We were averaging up to 600, almost close to 700 cases per day at the peak. So being down to 202 is a wonderful number for us. So they have definitely gone down in terms of cases. Just to give you a comparison, Broward had 341 new cases. They're at 67,000. So a little bit more than our double. Miami is at 148,000 cases. So much more, and they're having 1,000 or more cases per day. Fort Lauderdale is having around 300. So you can see that it's a big disparity between Palm Beach County and Dade. The other counties around us, like Hillsborough, they're at 34,000, Orange at 33, almost 40,000, Duval at 24, and then we go down to Collier at 11,000, Martin 4,000 almost, and Henry about 2,000. And I tell you that because I've been looking at, and Palm Beach County has been looking at everybody that surrounds us. To us, we are a Southeast or South Florida region, and whatever happens to one of us happens to all of us. We work and play in all of these communities. We have people that are working and traveling back and forth, as well as our agricultural community that goes from Collier, Henry, all the way up to Martin County. So it's very important that when we consider any one of these changes or we go forward as we're opening, we're going to have to keep in mind that we're one region. What happens in one happens in another. The virus does not live within our county boundaries. It spreads all around. So we have to keep that in mind. And I certainly know that you keep that in mind as you're working on the school issues, and no matter what they are. The other two things that we've been talked about a lot about, and that there's still a lot of confusion, is the difference between the daily lab positivity rate and the total people tested positivity rate. They're two different measurements, and they measure two different things. The total people tested is exactly what that means. It's all the people that have been tested, but they only are counted once. And all of the people who are positive, and they're only counted once. That positivity rate for Palm Beach County today is 13.21. And we have been hovering at 13 for many, many days. That's a good thing. We don't want it to go way up. We'd like to keep it at 10%, but with as many people as we've tested now, which we've tested about 20% of our population, both in Palm Beach County as well as the state, that number is probably going to continue to go up for a while. In terms of the daily lab positivity, that number, we definitely want that to go down. That tells us how much virus is in the community on that one day that you tested. And what the fraction for that is the total number of people who are tested that day as the bottom number, and the top number is the total people who are positive on that day. So for our today's number is 5.82. That means 206 people tested positive out of a total lab of, we take the total number 3,540. And that number then is the 5.82. So I want to make sure that that's clear, because they're two different things, and a lot of people get it confused and they don't understand why we're following one or the other. The state's goal on that number is also 10, but I have felt, and so do my other epidemiological staff in the state and in our counties, wanted to go down to 5. Why? Because at 5 is when we can do effective contact tracing. Once you have wide community spread, contact tracing is not very effective because people don't know who they caught it from. They've been in too many places, they've been around too many people, and they really can't tell. So now that our numbers have been coming down, the results of the people that we're contacting and the tracing that we're doing is much, much more effective. We've also been working with our community partners, our community health workers, that they're out in the field. They're educating, they're telling people what to expect when they get called. Make sure they answer their telephones, make sure that they go out and make a list of all the people that they've been in contact with, so that when we call them, all that can be ready and we can do it quickly. The turnaround time for the labs have definitely come down. And so again, that is all helping us do more effective contact tracing. I had the graphs here for the daily lab positivity. I can't show it to you, but it's going down. The highest, it was up at 10.7 on August 3rd, and it's gone all the way down to as low as the 5.7 yesterday, and today it went up just a little bit. So that is very good. We're actually at that 5 level. We'd like to make it go even further down. Before we, when we first opened, when we first decided to open, we were down to 4.9. So I expect to be able to go down below that. Fort Lauderdale was about 3. And so I think that we can get all the way down to perhaps 3 to 2 before very long. So that is all very good news. The part that has gone up has been, like I said, the total people positivity, but it has been hovering in the 13 since the 1st of August. It's the whole time it's been 13. It went down as far as 13.01 and as high as 13.3. So the fact that we're pretty flat when it comes to that is also a very good number to be looking at. The other things that we look at then is a total number of cases by day. And like I said, at that one point, we were way up there in 1,000. We were really getting concerned because we needed we would need so many more people in order to be able to get all those cases. But luckily that has been slowly been going down since around the middle of July. And the numbers have been going down to now we're in the 200s for several days. The deaths have also decreased. They peaked around the time when the restart date was May 11th, and they have peaked several times to the highest number of deaths in one day were close to 12 people. But so far, we're right now between 2 to 3 people of dying per day. So again, remember that the important thing is that when you see that death count go up, we say the death count has gone up by 12. That's the 12 reports we got that night. Then they go back and they put those deaths in the specific days, and that's where you get then you got to look at that death rate adjusted within those 2 weeks until all those deaths are put into the right areas. The other thing that is also very important is we have, and you all have access to this if you go on the floridahealth.gov and you click on the main icon there that says, and you can get into the our dashboard and the reports. There's a county report, and there's also a pediatric report. And I think that is probably very interesting for you all to take a look at that. Right now, they have broken it down to show how many cases we have under the age of 18, because our regular dashboard has the ages distributed a little bit different. So in Florida, from August 5th to August 18, we have had 7,472 cases of children under the age of 18, 73 hospitalized, and no deaths. Now from March 1st to this August 18th date is when we had the 7 deaths. Okay, so I'll break that down for you also in the next 2 slides. So when we look at this, we see that the majority of the cases are coming in the 14 to 17-year-old, and also the 5 to 10 and 11 to 13. That's where the bulk of the cases are. In terms of hospitalization, and this is for all of Florida, okay? There's been 6 hospitalizations in less than 1 year of age, 19 in the 1 to 4-year-old, 17 in the 5 to 11, 8 in 11 to 13, and 23, the largest number, in the 14 to 17. And again, no deaths. This is from August 5th to August 18. If we go further down and then look at the deaths, did I put this in here or not? We also have the list of residents that have had the, let's see if I can get this right. The deaths since March 1st, and I'll give you the count on those 7 deaths that we've had since March 1st. Broward had an 11-year-old female who died July 2nd. Dade had an 11-year-old male, died July 1st. Dade also had a 16-year-old female that died on the 6th, July 6th. Lee County had a 16-year-old female that died June 23rd. Manatee, a 17-year-old male that died July 30th. Pasco had a 17-year-old male also that died June 19th. And Putnam had a female that died on July 18th. So Dade has had a death, and Broward. We have not had any deaths in any children. The other thing that I had talked about, certainly at the board meetings, and I have mentioned to Dr. Fenoy, and I don't know who else I've been talking to, but the other thing that we count is how many people under the age of 18 have had a positive test. So we have tested in Palm Beach County 3,402 children. Out of those, 401 have tested positive. Now, this is between August 5th and August 18th. So they're keeping these counts recent so that we're not looking all the way back. Our positivity rate now, using just that window, is 11.18. When we were counting all the people tested, our positivity rate was around 14%. Other counties, Martin is at 21% using this criteria. Henry County to the west is also at 18.6. And Collier and Dade. Dade is at 18.1 and Broward at 14.1. So let's see, and Collier is here. I said that one, but I didn't. They're at 15.7. So again, we want to look at the counties around us of what their positivity and what their children are doing under the age of 18 to give us a clue of how we are in comparison with them. The last thing that I mentioned in terms of what we're measuring and what we're looking at is what we call the hospital surge status. As you know, the whole reason of trying to shorten the curve is to stop deaths and to make sure that the hospitals can handle the cases. Right now, the hospital numbers in terms of their bed utilization is at 69%. Their ICU bed utilization is at 74%, and their ventilators are at 44%. They want to keep that with at least a 25% bed capacity. So in all those categories, the hospitals are doing well. We have weekly calls, which we've reduced now to every 2 weeks, with the AHCA and the hospital CEOs, and they're telling us that so far they feel comfortable. That big peak that we had in early July, we have overcome that, and the cases are going down. So the cases are going down in terms of the ICU, as well as the total number of positive cases coming into the hospital. And that's all I have, so I'll leave it in case you have questions or anything that you want to ask me.
Dr. Alonso, if you could, when you sign off, if you could email me that presentation, I have my staff get that to the board so they can read it for the public.
Perfect, because you can see it much better. Pictures are worth 1,000 words.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Whitfield, did you have a question for Dr. Alonso?
I did. First of all, Dr. Alonso, I want to say thank you so much for being here, and thank you for being on our HAC board, the advisory board. It's very helpful to be able to see that. And actually recently just watched the August 4th meeting, and I'm hoping to participate next time just by listening, because it was fascinating to hear you all speak. I just wanted to ask a question about the 13.21 number. Can you explain that a little bit more? I know you said it's a total daily positivity rate, but how is that? What's the bottom number on that one?
Yes. The bottom number is the total people tested. So right now in Palm Beach County, we have tested, let me go to the number so I don't create lies. Our total people tested has been 300,192 people have been tested. Of those, 39,662 are positive. So what we do is take the 39 divided by the 300,000, and that gives us a 13.2 multiplied by 100. So you get the percent, and you have a 13.21% positivity rate for total people tested. Those people are not. So if you're negative, you stay. Let's say you get tested again. And now the second time you got tested, you become positive. You're taken out of the negative and put into the positive. So theoretically, if every single person got tested in Palm Beach County, we could have 100% positivity rate if everybody ends up being positive.
So
but it depends on how many people are tested.
You never come out of that. Once you're positive, you're considered positive forever in that rate. Was it a year later?
Correct, and you're only counted once.
Okay, so with that number, is that number affecting whether or not we go into phase 2 at all, or is it just that 5 to 10% number we were talking about, the other, the daily lab rate?
Well, in my opinion, I really don't want to worry too much about this total positivity. It had been recommended that we look at it going down, but the truth is that that number could stay high because it's really going to tell you how much of your community has immunity in a way, right? If out of the 1 million people, in order to have herd immunity, we need to have 80% of the people being positive, either by vaccination or by actually getting the virus. So in theory, if that number got to 80%, we would say we have herd immunity, even if there was no vaccine, with or without the vaccine. So I don't think that's a number that we necessarily have to come down. And I think everybody much has come to that conclusion now. They did put that the original thing. We are not going to take any number as the reason for going into phase 2 or not. We want to make sure that we feel comfortable that as a whole we're looking at it and we don't make the mistake of just going into phase 2 too soon. We also want to see what the counties around us are doing, because if, for example, we come up to the holidays and we decide to keep our beaches open, everybody then is going to come to us for the beaches. So we're going to try to do this like everybody together. All of both Broward and Miami are starting to ease off. And so it would be really nice to be able to look at this holistically. The county commission is going to meet on Tuesday and they're going to evaluate everything. There's no one number or one specific target number that we have. We're going to look at everything in totality. We've gone through this before and we know what we cannot do is to do it too soon. We're also going to be very strategic in what we decide to open first and not try to do everything at one time. So I'm going to recommend that we open things slowly, cautiously, and that we pick things that we know will not cause a lot of people gathering in places. So, for example, we may start opening by doing personal services, some of the things that we haven't opened yet, such as tattoo parlors and massage parlors. I mean, that's one-on-one. It's not going to be a lot of people. And then as we want to wait, I'm going to ask for 4 to 6 weeks. I probably won't get that much time to make sure that we're still going in the right direction, but at least I'm going to request some time so that we can evaluate and make sure we're still flat and that we're not going backwards. And so instead of just rip the Band-Aid off and open everything, I think you're going to see an opening that's going to be slow and cautious.
Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews, you were next.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Alonso, for all of your great work over the years and what you've been doing for us during this critical time. And as I hear you talk about the surrounding counties that you're looking at, can you tell me about our Palm Beach County as a whole? Do we have some real hot spots that you're looking at as we talk about these numbers, breaking it down through just for Palm Beach County?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the compliment. It's a team effort. Believe me, everybody's been working really hard on this. We definitely saw in Palm Beach County, like Miami went ahead and closed the indoor dining. And because we had people on the ground looking at businesses, we realized that it wasn't so much the indoor dining that was the problem. It was the restaurants turning into nightclubs at 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and bringing the music, and all the masks would come off and the partying would start. I'd love to go to a party. I haven't been at a party in a long time, and I think we all could use one, but it's definitely the wrong thing to do right now with the virus. One person in a bar partying, shouting, drinking can make chaos and you end up with 30 or 15 people being positive out of one night out. So we really are discouraging that, and that's where our COVID education and enforcement team is going out. And as a matter of fact, they have begun, they've closed places down, they have given them fines, and they have also given kudos to those who are doing a good job. So it's not just, we're not going out there just and being mean to people. We're celebrating the businesses that are doing a good job, but we're trying to keep those businesses that are not doing what they should be doing, fining them and closing them if we have to.
Just to follow up, Dr. Alonso, I was looking too also at any geographical areas.
I'm sorry, I can't, it's very garbled. Is it my mic or is that sounding bad to everybody?
Yeah, I was just looking for geographical areas too. You know, at one time, you know, there were some geographical areas that were hot.
Yes, we're still seeing some spots in the Lake Worth corridor going out. It has slowed down in the Belle Glade area. There's some going along where there's a lot of clubhouses where people are having parties in Jupiter and some of the other areas, Boynton, Boca. We think that has to do with clubhouses, allowing parties, card games, other forms of too many people gathering together at the same time and not wearing their masks.
All right, the next is Mrs. McQuinn, and then Dr. Robinson.
Sometimes I have trouble with that mute button. You know, I was frozen for a while, so I apologize. And Dr. Alonso, I'm so delighted that you've joined our meeting. Thank you. First time I've met you, almost in person. Stop me if this question has been asked because I wasn't on for part of the time. So when you're talking about the 5.82 positivity rate, I love the rate piece. So if we're talking today, we have the number tested today divided by, when you said the number positive, we don't get the results in the same day. So does that make sense, my question? Don't know if she has.
Microphone, Dr. Alonso, turn your microphone on.
Can we unmute her?
She's unmuted now. Go ahead, Dr. Alonso. We couldn't hear you before. Dr. Alonso, did you hear Mrs. McQuinn's question?
It's real garbled. Is it just me or is everybody hearing the same thing? Okay, repeat the question. I'm going to listen.
Yeah, I'm hearing garbled also. Okay, so I love the rate, which we talked about. That's so much easier for me since different districts are different sizes. So, for example, today when the positivity rate was 5.82%, we have the number tested today. Now, divided by the number positive, we don't get the results for today, right? So it's the number of positive tests that we did today divided by the total number of tests that we did today. So all the tests is the bottom number and the positive people are on top. And again, we don't repeat, the positive persons are only counted once. Okay, so, but my question is, we don't get the results in the one day, right? For the number who are positive.
Yes, we're counting the results of today, the results that are done today over the number of tests that are done today.
Wonderful, thank you.
Dr. Robinson. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So,
Dr. Robinson.
Hey, Dr. Alonso, yes.
Dr. Alonso, I think one of the problems is, can you turn your mic off when they're asking you the question? Because that's where we're getting some of the garble from. If you can just turn it off until you answer, that'd be helpful. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
So let me just follow up on Mrs. McQuinn's question. So in the situation that a test takes 5 days to come back, is it reported on the date that we get the result or the date it was done?
Dr. Alonso, turn your mic back on, sorry.
Dr. Alonso, turn your mic back on for me.
Can we control it forward?
It's not on, Dr. Alonso.
Can we unmute and mute people, or can we only mute people?
I think Kara can only mute.
I can only mute. I can only mute them. I can't.
Okay.
Dr. Alonso, can you hear me? Shake your head, yes or no? Yes? No? So your microphone's off. Can you turn it on? There you go. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, so Deborah, the number of tests are counted on the day that they are resulted.
Right. Okay. So then let me ask you a different question. So I want to make sure I understood. The daily positivity rate was 4.9% before we started reopening a couple months ago, before we started having our little uptick. That's right? Okay. And then,
yes.
So let me go back. I just want this doggone total positivity rate. You know, this is a crazy data piece, right? So let me just make sure I'm understanding it correctly again, right? I thought I had it before. So it's actually the percent of people who ever tested positive, right? Like your positive is counted one time, but a negative is only counted one time. So if I have 5 tests and 1 is positive, my positive is counted once, but my negative is counted in the numerator 4 times. Well, it's not going to be in the numerator. It's going to be in the denominator 4 times or 1 time.
The negatives are counted only in the daily rate, the daily lab rates, because people are tested multiple times. But in the total people tested, you're only counted 1 time. So you go from you can go from a negative to a positive. When you do that, that negative comes out of the numbers. You got it?
Okay. No. So I'm not, just one more question, and I'm going to leave this alone, okay? Because we could talk about this later.
Okay.
Just one more thing. So the numerator, is the denominator people tested or tests done?
The tests done that day that are positive and the number of tests that are done on that day.
No, I mean the cumulative, the total one. The total one I'm asking about.
In the total, it's the people that are tested and the people that are positive. So that's why they're 2 different things.
So the denominator for the total, the denominator is the number of people tested. Even if they were tested 1 time or 25 times, they just count as 1 time in the denominator. And then the numerator is the number of times a person tested positive. Okay, no. Number of positive tests I got it. If I was tested 3 times and tested positive 3 times, I'm just counted as 1 time positive in the numerator. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
See? Good. Duran.
Yeah, I'm going to get you. That's all right. I got your number. I'll call you.
Are there other questions for Dr. Alonso? Thank you, Dr. Alonso, for taking the time to be with us tonight. We really appreciate your time. We know how busy you are, so thank you for making time for us.
Thank you, Dr. Alonso. I'll follow up
Anytime.
with that email address. Get that PowerPoint for the board. And I'm sure we'll be bringing you back before we open school to have another conversation with the board.
Glad to come. You're much nicer than the commissioners.
Thank you for that. We'll make sure we let them know that, though. Thank you very much.
I'm going to get in trouble. I know. All right, I'm leaving the meeting,
All right. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
I think.
Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Board member comments. So we'll start with the district. Ms. McQuinn.
Well, after I ask that question, I think I am done.
Dr. Fenoy, I'm sorry, you might have had some more. I didn't realize that you might have more after Dr. Alonso was done. Did you have any other comments you wanted to make before we get to the board members?
No, sir, I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Okay, District 3, Mrs. Brill.
Sorry, I was having trouble finding my mic. So yes, I just have a few brief comments. So first, I want to thank the county for partnering with us on the municipal Wi-Fi project, which will help provide reliable internet access for our students in some of our areas of greatest need. I appreciate the collaboration and look forward to our continuing to work together in ways that will benefit our residents and communities. I also want to thank everyone who has shared their impassioned comments with us by email. Whether you email us at the group board email address or individually, we do receive your messages, and it is impossible, as we've said before, to acknowledge each of you. But please know we take your concerns very seriously, and we are all in this together. And finally, I just want to congratulate Chairman Barbieri and Mrs. McQuinn on their success last night, and welcome our newest board member, Alexandria Ayala, who will be joining us in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brill. District 4, Ms. Whitfield.
Thank you so much. Yes, I have a couple of things. First thing I wanted to say is in this last week, we've had a lot of principals and teachers really getting into the thick of things at schools, really trying to deal with this unprecedented time. And I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you. I have heard from my daughter's school multiple times, and I know that is what is happening for the rest of the district. And the amount of time and care that our principals and teachers are taking to connect with their students, to connect with their parents, it just means so much. And I know people are tired, and I know they are kind of working as hard as they possibly can to get through this. And I just want to let you know that your work does not go unseen. I want to say thank you for everything that you're doing, really from the bottom of my heart, from a person whose daughter yesterday got to pick up her schedule and her books. It was huge to be able to even think about school again. It has been sorely missed at this house. She cannot wait to even see her friends on virtual time. And so, I mean, just really means so much to me. I am reminded how much I love school and what it means for a community to have a school and to have that place where people can come. So I just want to say thank you, especially also to all our staff that have worked tirelessly this summer. It means the world to me what this community can do. Excuse me, I am getting a little choked up. The last thing I wanted to mention is for those families who really just do not have a choice to leave their children at home. I wanted to put a shout out to the Early Learning Coalition because they have taken the charge. I'm the representative board member for the Early Learning Coalition, and I have been on calls with them, and they are available to answer families' questions about where do I put my child when they have nowhere else to go. There are community groups out there, daycare centers, places that are available. So I would encourage the community, if you need to have a place to go, to send your child because you have to work and you have no other options. There are resources out there. So the Early Learning Coalition, I asked their permission to give out the number and they said, okay, so it's
514-3300. And again, you can look that up anywhere. The Early Learning Coalition of Palm Beach County, they actually have a phone number where they will answer, and they will help families where they can to give them directed to services, because we really do not want children in this time to be uncared for. That's something that really scares me a lot, and I'm very grateful that they are that resource. And then finally, I do want to throw in my 2 cents to say congratulations to Mr. Barbieri, Mrs. McQuinn, and to Miss Ayala, who is going to be joining us. I'm very excited about this board, and I'm looking forward to continue to work with all of you and to have Miss Ayala with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Whitfield. Mrs. Andrews?
And thank you. And I'd like to start by congratulating Mr. Barbieri for his win, and Mrs. McQuinn and Alexandra Ayala for actually really making it happen at the poll zone yesterday. You're outstanding winners. A special thank you goes out to the city of Pahokee for their back to school backpack and supplies giveaway that was held on last Saturday. It was truly very exciting to see all the students and all the parents, because they were ready to get back to school. A special thank you for the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, who was there to help pass out all of those school supplies and backpacks. And the family says, yay, yay, school is starting. We're truly happy. But I would like to say, for all of the organizations, continue to donate those school supplies. So many children need them, and they're really ready to go. And lastly, congratulations to Dr. Diane Howard and Crossroads Academy to be the first alternative education center ever to be recognized as a model school at the gold level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Andrews. Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So I want to open my comments tonight by thanking an outstanding critical thinker and supporter of doing the right thing for her years of service to Palm Beach County School District. Attorney Elizabeth McBride had just resigned as general counsel for Florida A&M University when she was recruited by attorney Gerald Williams. We needed someone initially to guide the complex legal work around the demolition of Broadmoor to make way for the current Suncoast High School site. Ms. McBride worked to ensure that we treated the residents of Broadmoor with respect and connected to community services in order that their relocation take them to better circumstances. But that was just the beginning. She was steadfast in her commitment to this district, and I'm not aware of any time when she failed to research the point and state her studied opinion. I hope that in her role as Deputy City Manager for the City of Riviera Beach, her fortitude will be appreciated and embraced to make things better for the leadership, staff, and citizens of the city. So Godspeed, Attorney Elizabeth McBride. Now, switching gears, one of the many things I have been asked to do over the course of recent months is to explain medical studies related to COVID-19. It's pretty much close to impossible to explain them all because there's so many, but I will continue to share the important things that I learned by what seems to be a never-ending consumption of medical journals and reports published elsewhere. I am hopeful because I spent more than an hour with our deputy superintendent on the phone yesterday, and it gives me such pride and confidence that he cares so much that he spent all that time with me dissecting a critical study. So we were just trying to figure out what was best for our students, staff, families, and community. And I know I took him into the deep water of medical research, but he cared enough to do it. And so I appreciate that. So I referred at a previous meeting to a different critical study. This was the one I mentioned from South Korea that concluded the young people ages 10 to 19, when infected, were more likely to spread this virus to others than any other age group. As I said, it was startling to me, and I spent a couple weeks trying to disprove it to myself. So I want to thank Mr. Sullivan, one of my newfound email friends, for working to understand this virus. He sent me a link to a New York Times article, which I subsequently forwarded to the school board and district administrative leadership. The article reports that the research team for the study I mentioned now questions their conclusion, reportedly wondering now who infected who. Now, I've not yet found the report where the research team explained their reevaluation, but the report appears to remain unchanged on the CDC website. So who knows? The New York Times said, quote, "The disclosure does not negate the overall message of that study," experts said. "Children under age 10 do not spread the virus as much as adults do, and the ability to transmit seems to increase with age," close quote. Interesting how we take medical information and report it. So, welcome to the evolution of medical knowledge. A study that is double-blinded, prospective, and controlling for numerous variables would be unethical in the midst of a pandemic. So knowledge about COVID-19 cannot be obtained as easily as the natural history of syphilis was obtained via the Tuskegee study. Thankfully, we're not that unethical anymore. So as we make these decisions that are actually life and death decisions, let us not get confused. As I said before, children do not live on an island. They interact with other children, school-based staff, family members, and community. And each of those people interact with others. We should take every measure to decrease the spread of this virus. Maybe some people find it acceptable that older people are at relatively more risk to die than younger people and therefore willing to take the risk, but I'm not. And younger people are dying too, even some children. So I want to prevent not only death, but also loss of well-being. We don't yet know the lasting impacts of this virus, but there are studies that now suggest that even asymptomatic children have loss of exercise capacity, perhaps persistent changes in their lungs, as well as now reports of myocarditis, which is an inflammatory condition of the heart muscle. So let's keep in mind that part of our role is to the greatest extent possible decrease morbidity and mortality because we are in fact our brother's keeper. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Board members, I put a report for you. It's attached to the agenda. I just want to point out that on Monday morning, I traveled to Jensen Beach High School and I met with the school board member up there that represents that high school, Miss Christy Lynn Roberts, and we toured the high school with, there was 9 administrators from Palm Beach County that went along for that trip. And we toured the high school to see exactly how they, how they operate with there's not as large as some of our high schools. I believe I was told there's 1,400 students there, and amazingly 1,200, about 80% of the children showed up for school, and all but one teacher came back. And it was really something to see how the students walked. They all had their masks on. They walked in one-way hallways. We witnessed the lunch, how they handled lunches. And also had the opportunity to walk into several teachers' rooms and see how they were teaching children. Some of the children were there in the classroom and some of the children were home on the screen so the teacher could see the children at home while she was also teaching the children in the classroom. So it worked very well, and I know the administrators that were with me took lots and lots of notes to pass back. But one very interesting thing that I saw was that when I was talking to, by the way, the children were like thrilled to be back in school. So I asked a couple kids and they said, "Mr. Barbier, I don't know how it is in your county, but up here, whatever they tell us to do, we're going to do because we definitely don't want to go back home." So the kids were amazing how they were following the rules. But what I wanted to point out, and I told the superintendent today and also the chief of staff, they worked out a process with the Cleveland Clinic there in Martin County. So if there's an infection in their school, the Cleveland Clinic has agreed to test the teacher and give a result back within 12 hours of whether or not the teacher's positive or not. So I asked the superintendent and the chief of staff if I'll get them the contact information for the member up there in Martin County. But we certainly could use something like that here for us because obviously, we're going to have situations where we're going to have similar situations that Martin County's having, where we need to test the teacher immediately to see if the teacher come back, because we can send the children home and have them do distance learning. But of course, if they're home doing distance learning and the teacher's not there, it's not going to help much. So if the teacher can stay in the classroom and he or she's tested negative, that would help. So getting that done. And the other thing is that I wanted to mention is Dr. Fenoy, Jason Hagensick, I talked to him yesterday from the YWCA. One of the other board members mentioned it in their comments. He's very interested in the Y helping us with providing places for the children where they can actually log on, and he's looking to be a partner with us. And he's asking that someone contact him and see what the Y can do to partner with the school district to help our families that need to put the children somewhere, but the children will also have supervision and be able to log on to their classrooms at the Y sites. So if I'll get you that number tomorrow, but if you could have somebody give him a call, that would be great. The only other thing that I need to cover is we have an in memoriam tonight. We have 3 employees that have passed away that we have on a record for this evening. Doris Carlin, she was a teacher at Jupiter High School. She was born January 2nd, 1976 and passed away July 4th, 2020. Andrew LaFleur, a teacher at Forest Hill High School, was born in July of 1993 and died in July of 2020. And Shannon Weldon, a teacher at Okahili Middle School, was born in November of 1961 and passed away July 2020. If we could take a moment of silence to remember these employees and their families. That'll take us to our new student government leader. If you'd like to give your report, Mr. Santiago, we'd be happy to get it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The County Council is very excited about this upcoming school year and what is to come. While circumstances are different, we understand the level of precaution necessary and would like to thank the board for your constant dedication to our students and our education. As we find our way through these unprecedented times, communication is key. Our County Executive Board has already held a virtual meeting in which we discussed our plan to stay as connected as possible and work towards making this transition to virtual learning as positive an experience as possible. We plan to work with student councils across the county to plan and execute projects such as tutoring feeder elementary and middle school students, increasing mental health awareness and access to school guidance counselors. Our council is planning our first meeting virtually with the possibility to return to in-person meetings later in the year. Our student councils have also been involved in welcoming our students as they return to school and boosting their motivation to get back to learning, even if it is virtual. By staying active on social media, creating mental health and homework help programs, and working together to boost school spirit, I am confident that we can have a very successful school year. Another big focus this year is the historic vote for President and Vice President of the United States. Therefore, our SGAs will also be working on voter registration programs, including registering people for mail-in voting. This will in turn get all people, from our students to the elderly, to vote. As we take on the challenges we face, it is important to remember that we are not only problem solving, but we are paving the way for our students to be the best version of themselves they can possibly be. Thank you.
Mr. Barbieri, if I may, contrary to popular belief, I have only been superintendent for about 2 years. So as I get more and more comfortable with my job, I actually have a directive for you to take back to your other members. So one of my biggest concerns as a high school principal was always the transition of my 9th graders onto campus because they don't know anybody. And so I would ask that the Student Government Association really work hard to try to make those 9th graders comfortable before they come into brick and mortar. So I don't want you to forget that they're out there, they're transitioning from middle school, and they don't really know you guys. So just talk to your other councils about what you can do to get them acclimated to the high school experience prior to our brick and mortar transition. I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Fenoy. Mr. Alvarez, we look forward to seeing you every month, so thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Next item on our agenda, board members, is the committee reports. We have one from Construction Oversight Review Committee, and it's attached to the agenda for us to review. That'll take us to the elected officials and delegate speakers, and we have 3, and I'll ask IT if they would play those 3 recorded messages for us at this time.
Good evening. This is my comment. Good evening, Chairman Barbieri, school board members, Dr. Fenoy, and staff. My name is Laura Fellman, and I'm honored to speak to you tonight as president of Palm Beach County Council of PTAs, PTSAs. I would like to take a minute to congratulate Mr. Frank Barbieri and Ms. Barbara McQuinn for their re-election to the school board, and congratulate Alexandria Ayala for her election to the school board. Thank you for your service to our communities. I would also like to take a minute to remind everyone to register to vote, update your voter registration with a new address if you've moved, and request a mail-in ballot if you prefer to vote by mail. To do this, please go to the Supervisor of Elections website, pbcelections.org. During the last month, Palm Beach County Council of PTAs held a president's training and a school board candidates meet and greet. Thank you to those who participated. They were both great evenings. County Council is excited for our upcoming general meeting and training, which will be held on August 25th at 7 p.m. via Zoom. During this meeting, we will have the opportunity to hear updates about the upcoming school year from Deputy Superintendent Keith Oswald and Chairman Frank Barbieri, along with PTA training information. Following this, we will enjoy a special presentation by Dr. Tracy Baxley, a FAU professor and coordinator of the Social Foundation's Multicultural Education Program area. She is also the CEO, founder of Ground Schooling, as well as socialjusticeparenting.com. We're very excited for this night. Then please join us for our next Tuesday training on September 1st at 7 p.m., where we will host a From Reports to Results presentation by Florida PTA. During this presentation, we will learn more about accessing the data in our schools, interpreting the data, and using it to advocate. Our following Tuesday training on September 8th at 7 p.m. will focus on membership, member hub, and information for PTA secretaries. The next Tuesday training will be a Money Matters training on September 15th at 7 p.m. for PTA treasurers, presidents, and other officers. If you're interested in attending any of these meetings, please email me at palmbeachcountypta@yahoo.com for the Zoom registration links. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
This is James Gavrilos, President CEO of the Education Foundation of Palm Beach County. Good evening, Dr. Fenoy, Chairman Barbieri, and members of the school board. For my August report, I'd like to highlight two of the favorite activities of the Education Foundation. Number one, supporting our amazing classroom teachers, and number two, giving away money. I'm talking about, of course, our Go Teach classroom grants. In my past reports, I've talked about Go Teach. I think we're all aware that an individual teacher can apply for a grant of up to $1,000, and a collaborative effort of teachers can apply for a grant of up to $1,500. This year, we're pleased to offer another option, the Go Reach grants. With our partnership with the Frederick DeLuca Foundation, we are offering Go Reach grants, which can go all the way up to $3,000. As of today, we have 64 applicants who have submitted grant proposals totaling over $96,000 in grants. Dr. Fenoy, Chairman Barbieri, here's the good news. We've budgeted $140,000 to give away. I'm asking the principals and teachers who are part of tonight's meeting to consider submitting a Go Teach grant. Go Teach grants are designed to recognize innovation, creativity, and new programs to reach our students. And I think we can all agree, given what has happened in the last few months, all teachers to a certain extent are using innovation and creativity as we shift to virtual learning. The application process does close this Sunday, August 23rd. I again ask all teachers and principals to consider submitting an application for a Go Teach grant. You can find those on our website, educationfoundationpbc.org. Once the application process closes this Sunday, the committee will then begin reviewing and scoring the grants, and the teachers will be notified on September 15th if they have been awarded a Go Teach or a Go Reach grant. Finally, on October 8th, we invite all of you to participate virtually in this year's Go Teach Classroom Grants Awards ceremony. To the teachers and principals of the Palm Beach County School District, we at the Education Foundation salute your innovation, your creativity, and your dedication to your craft. This one operation that we offer you is one of our greatest joys, the opportunity to give you the funding you need to make these programs happen for the betterment of our children and for the advancement of their education. Please consider submitting a Go Teach or a Go Reach grant. Help the Education Foundation do what it does best and what we love to do, support our teachers and give money away. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Bellman and Mr. Gravelis. If you're listening, we appreciate all you do to help the district. You're great partners, and we appreciate all the help you give our children. Board members, we have 12 agenda item speakers for a total of 28 minutes. The IT department will start them now.
Hi, my name is Jenny Villalobos, and I'm an occupational therapist for the district. I work with special needs students in the South region. I love my students and their families, and I wish that things were back to normal, but unfortunately they're not. My own children have a primary immunodeficiency disease, which makes it harder for them to fight off infections. What that means is a simple cold can develop into pneumonia and a week-long stay in the hospital. Every flu season is scary for us, but as you can imagine, this one is going to be pretty terrifying. I got into this field to help people. I care about my students and I care about their futures. But the reality is that by no fault of their own, many of my students are unable to follow social distancing guidelines. And the idea that by simply going to the campus and doing my job, I could be potentially risking my own children's lives, it's just unfathomable. And the thing is that I can do my job virtually. Teletherapy is a delivery model that is supported by research. And not only that, but it has been utilized in rural school districts where there's not a local therapist available for years. I am asking the superintendent and the school board members to please allow the accommodation for those of us who have a legitimate reason to continue with virtual learning after the county enters phase 2 and the students return to campus. There are going to be some students who are also immunocompromised or whose parents just don't feel comfortable sending them back to school yet. I love my job, but I also have a responsibility as a parent to keep my children safe. And I don't want to have to make a choice between my students and my own children. Thank you for listening. Hi, my name
Good afternoon, school board members, Mr. Tenney, and staff. My name is Catherine Camino, and I'm speaking to the agenda item that deals with student and teacher protocol in returning to brick and mortar. Our grandson is entering 6th grade at Okehele Middle School, a fantastic school with fantastic teachers. The approximate population of students last year was 1,500. His parents have wisely chosen to keep him with me to help aid him in online learning. I'm asking that the school board look into implementing OWL, O-W-L technology. CSUSA charter schools, part of the public school system, have used federal money given to the state to purchase OWL. OWL is 360 smart video conferencing camera. It combines microphone camera and speaker device into one device and sits in the center of the classroom. The 360 lens shows the whole room, while 8 microphones pick up everyone within 12 feet. Online students can follow the teacher when he or she is using a whiteboard, technology, and having discussions with students in the classroom. It works with Zoom, Skype, and Google Classroom. This will enable teachers to be free to answer all students' questions and allow online students and learners to fill and be part of that classroom. Since the governor is so generously giving money back to the district when he decides that brick and mortar will begin, that money, along with federal money, you should be able to use as well as CSUSA Charter did. I applaud Dr. Robinson in her lone stand to reject the plan that was sent to the state. I and thousands of parents, teachers, grandparents applaud you in making sure that all classrooms are CDC and HWO safe. I would ask that before August 31st that each principal of every school case their classrooms via a virtual tour. Parents could have two options, a day tour or an evening tour. Parents would get to see that the schools are using CDC and WHO guidelines in the classroom. At that time, they'll also be able to ask principal questions about the safety and the procedures in their school. With flu season coming close to us, I believe students need to have their temperatures checked before they enter a bus. Better would be at the bus stop or at the bus loop or before students entering the school. Block scheduling would minimize movement in the classrooms and in the hallways. All students should wear a mask according to HWO and CDC guidelines. Desks must be 6 feet apart. The air filtering in our air conditioners, which are very old in some schools, need to be industrial cleaned, as well as classrooms sanitized every evening. Students should eat lunch in the classroom, and all contact sports, band, and choral assemblies should be held on hold until the flu season is over. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me and appreciate what the school board and Mr. Tenney is trying to do to make sure that all students have a experience in learning that they deserve, whether it's brick and mortar or online, and also to enable the teacher and successfully to do their job properly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Bell, and I'm calling to speak on agenda item POL-A1. I want to let the school board know that I think all learning should stay virtual until public health experts from around the county and around the country agree that our positivity rates are well below 5% for several weeks. Currently, the state of Florida is calculating positivity rates dramatically different than the rest of the country and the rest of the world. And the way that they used to categorize it several months ago, they are grouping positive tests and counting each negative test one time, thus majorly changing the way our data is viewed and skewing our positivity rates. Even with that, we're still well above the 10% threshold for the state and for the county. So I'm calling to ask that we institute mandatory masking and maintain that for all students once it is safe to gather in person, and also that we have a very clear expectation of when an entire school will be shut down for a COVID outbreak. The surgical approach that Corcoran is asking superintendents to take by keeping individual students home but forcing teachers to teach from the classroom who've been exposed to COVID is extremely dangerous. And we're seeing a tragic situation happening in Martin County just to the north of us as hundreds of students have been sent back to virtual learning in just 1 week. So we cannot allow that to happen in Palm Beach County, and we need to make very, very clear guidelines today that say that when an outbreak occurs, students and staff from the entire school must go back to virtual learning. It is extremely dangerous to gather in person in a pandemic that is spread by airborne transmission. It is extremely dangerous to put our children and staff at risk in order to make a political point. So we must do everything in our power to keep our students, our staff, and our teachers safe when we return to campus. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Ritigliano, and I'm calling about agenda item POLA1. Okay, I think virtual learning in all schools should be done, okay, until the public health experts have stated that the positivity rates are well below 5% for several weeks. It's mandatory that mandatory masks should also be made known, okay? We have to keep the community safe. Please. I would like it that the entire school move to virtual learning through this COVID outbreak. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Bregman. I am a parent and teacher in Palm Beach County, and I'm calling to speak about employee protocol and student protocol policies. I want to say I really appreciate that we have a doctor and scientist on this board and that you are strongly emphasizing the importance of metrics. The World Health Organization says 5% for 2 weeks is the baseline for a safe return to schools. My concern is that the state is not calculating its positivity rate the same way the World Health Organization calculates it. If that is the case, then citizens, parents, and employees deserve transparency about why the state is choosing to use a measure other than one endorsed by global health experts, and potentially requiring our county to do the same. Once again, thank you for your sensible emphasis on metrics with regard to protocols for employees and students. Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth McEwen. I am an educator and also somebody who has an immune disorder. I am specifically calling because I have 2 issues in regards to agenda item POL-A1 that I want to bring to your attention. Number 1, people need to realize that since we have gutted our schools of all of our tech, bringing students back into those schools too quickly without the tech, because we've sent it home, it hasn't been replaced, some hasn't been returned, is going to make things very difficult on campus, especially when you consider that teachers will be trying to service students both virtually and in person. Secondly, we have not discussed the fact that testing does not take place at the same level or rate in lower socioeconomic communities than it does in higher socioeconomic communities. Specifically, if you think of communities where there is a large migrant population, many of those citizens do not go get tested, and some of them don't even get treated until they're at the point where they need to go to the hospital. In these same communities, these parents may not have the resources to keep their students home, even though there is a choice. So these schools will be most likely full on day 1. So now you're talking about the people who are most at risk because they have the least amount of testing and the least amount of health care will also be the ones who probably suffer the most, because we will be your guinea pigs. Those of us that teach in schools like those, our students who attend schools like those, their families that those students go home to, they will be the first ones to get sick. That will be who suffers first if we go the route of opening too soon. And just finally, I'd like to say that we need to be very careful about opening before we even know logistically what we're doing. It doesn't seem like there is very much concrete instruction as far as what a school will look like on day one. And yet we have our mayor, Dave Kerner, talking about trying to get us into phase 2 in as little as 2 weeks. Thank you for considering these comments. Please put the health and safety of our students, their families, and our faculty and staff first. I agree that we all need to be in school and that our students need an education, but you can't educate somebody if they're not alive, and it'll be very hard to educate them if they've lost their parents or their loved ones and have a broken heart. Thank you.
Good morning. It's about 10:30 on Wednesday, August 19th, and I'm simply calling to leave a message for the school board before their meeting. I want the school board to know that I support, for the sake of public health and safety, as well as pedagogy. I'm an educator myself. I want us to remain in virtual learning until all of the public health experts have positivity rates, are measuring positivity rates well below 5% for several weeks. That's where you need to be before it's really safe to open up a public institution with old, sometimes frankly poorly ventilated buildings with kids in them, and people going back out into the community, teachers going home to their families, et cetera, et cetera. It's just not safe until we've been well below 5% for several weeks, and until all of the public health experts agree that that is where we are. I support mandatory masking for all students and staff. And if there is a case or symptoms of a case, we need to shut the entire school down. What we've all been learning through this process is that you have to act quickly at the first opportunity in order to continue preventing spread. So these are my comments. Again, I'm an educator myself. My name is Dr. Cheryl Duckworth. I teach down in Broward County at Nova Southeastern University. I teach graduate school, human rights education and conflict resolution education, taught English high school and middle school up in Virginia. And I'm very concerned about first of all, the public health and safety implications of trying to open up before we're ready, but also concerned about the pedagogy. We're going to be sending kids into classrooms where they're separated by barriers, having to wear masks. Young kids are not going to do that. They're going to swap masks. They're going to lose them because they're 6 and 7 and 8, and that's what kids do. They're not going to be in functional classrooms. They're not going to be able to touch the math manipulatives. They're not going to be able to really use the books and the computers. So based on these kind of things, the pedagogy is going to be superior with virtual learning. We don't have a lot of great options here, but that's the best option until all the public health experts agree that we've been below 5% positivity for several weeks. Okay, well, thank you all very, very much for hearing my comment, and I look forward to seeing the board prioritize the health of our kids and our teachers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Shanzer. As a family member of a teacher in Palm Beach County who has underlying health conditions, I write you to express my dismay with the county, school board, and superintendent's willingness to accept casualties of illness, chronic damage from illness, and deaths due to COVID-19 in opening schools. Science tells us every day that this is a new virus and they just don't know enough about it to advise thoroughly as to the safety of opening schools. There is no rapid testing in place for teachers and students. The ventilation systems in the schools are grossly inadequate. We are told that the 6-foot rule disappears when in an enclosed space with poor ventilation and extended periods of time in a classroom, 40 hours a week. These students, teachers, and staff come from all over the county and then return to those areas. There will be infections, there will be illness, chronic damage from illness, there will be deaths as a result, no question. We are months away, not years, from therapeutics and hopefully a vaccine that will stave off the severity of the disease and death. I appreciate the bind that we're all in with parents needing to work and opening the economy, but schools are a petri dish of infections in a good year, no less a deadly pandemic. If special considerations need to be made for special needs children, then that can be done more safely as those numbers will be much smaller. Governor DeSantis' singular goal is to hand Trump the election in November in the hopes of squeezing out an economic number or two, apparently at any cost, including collateral damage of illness, chronic health damage, and death. I implore you to not buy into that narrative and to protect the teachers, staff, and students of Palm Beach County. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Diedrich Rucker. I'm a teacher in high school in Palm Beach County, and I'd like to speak to the safety protocols that are being discussed today. I looked at my class rosters. All of my class rosters have 27 or more students on the roster. And I tried to figure out how we could arrange my classroom in order to have proper social distancing. And in order to do that, the roster could not have more than 14 to maybe 15 students total in order to maintain proper social distancing. In the absence of that, I would think that masks would have to be mandatory and some type of sanitizing in between classes would be required in order to try to meet minimum standards in terms of safety and sanitation. I appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Adriana Hansen, and I'm an ESC teacher for the Palm Beach County School District. I just wanted to thank the board and Superintendent Sonoy for all his hard work with getting the school plans for reopening the school district's plans for virtual school and brick and mortar for the 2021 school year. I'm just calling in to support the policy 5-326 and 3.82 with the mask mandate for the next 90 days for students and staff. I just wanted to call and just say how important that is with our current metrics and with the state and the Palm Beach County pushing us and us getting closer to phase 2. I understand that the state wants the community to open up in phase 2 and go back to brick and mortar. And because of that, I think mask wearing is very important. And for those who cannot wear a mask, I just wanted to comment that face shields could be worn for those who, as an alternative or maybe as an accommodation for those who may not be able to wear a mask, and that the reusable face shields can be cleaned and disinfected after each use according to CDC face shield cleaning instructions. I also wanted to note that Dr. Robinson has mentioned at a couple school board meetings the South Korean study, an important study done on students from 10 years old all the way up until 19 years old, that they do spread COVID-19 just as transmittable as an adult, that their lung capacity and their lung size does give them that ability to transmit COVID-19, the aerosols, just as easily as an adult. And because of that, I just want the community to understand and know how important it is for mask wearing the next 90 days if we do go into brick and mortar a school setting. I also wanted to note that teachers should be allowed to wear scrubs. I hope that Superintendent Fenoy and the school board members do look at that. That scrub wearing is very important and essential for teachers. We are in the front lines. If some teachers will have up to 20 to 25 students every 50 to 55 minutes. And if you're a middle school or high school teacher, that is 100 students a day. The reason why scrubs are important is because if a scrub is antimicrobial, it will allow the person to deter bacteria at times if they're wearing that type of scrub. And also when they get home, they could put their scrubs in the washer and dryer in high heat in order to kill any of the virus or bacteria. So in Leon County and a few other counties in Florida and throughout the United States, the school boards and school districts are allowing teachers to wear scrubs during this pandemic, and I think it's very important and very essential. So I just wanted to leave those comments. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
This call is in regards to agenda item POL-A1. My name is Pamela Weisbrod. I am very concerned that our schools remain in a virtual learning status until all of the experts, public health experts, have weighed in on this, and we have positivity rates well below 5% for several weeks, as is part of the CDC guidelines. I support mandatory masking for all students and staff, and the entire school system should be moved to virtual learning during COVID outbreaks. It's important that we have a plan in place when we go back to in-person learning that deals with outbreaks in a proper and competent manner. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jeff Kurtz. I live at 4058 Bahia Isle Circle, Wellington, Florida, 33449. I'm not sure exactly which agenda item this is for, so if you're going to put it on the agenda, put it on non-agenda items. I am not a parent, but I am a grandparent of school children in the Palm Beach County school system. I will start with the good news, which is that for 13 out of 13 days, and probably by the time you meet 14 out of 14 days, Palm Beach County's positivity rate for COVID has been under 10%, and the overall positivity rate is about 7.5%. This means phase 2 will or should be upon us, and schools should be opening up with children in the classroom, in the physical classroom. The numbers justify in-classroom learning as of August 31st. Now for the bad news. Instead of the board claiming victory and claiming that they're brilliant by having pushed back the start date to allow in-person classroom learning, I read comments from the board and the board administration as late as last week expressing surprise and worse, unpreparedness for the resumption of in-person classes. The one and only thing this board should have been doing, along with its administration since May, was planning for the resumption of school in a COVID environment. That meant planning for virtual and in-person instruction. You have not given teachers nearly enough time or training to improve the virtual program significantly. It's been less than 1 week of paid time so far that the teachers have had to work on that. And now simultaneously, it seems as if you're not prepared for the resumption of in-person learning. You owe it to the parents, children, and teachers of this district to pick a start date for in-person learning and pick that date now. I suggest the day after Labor Day, but certainly no later than September 14th. And you need to do that immediately so that people can plan accordingly. Right now, people have planned on having a cluster of classrooms in houses so that their kids can get online learning and have individual instruction, and the parents can simultaneously do their jobs. You have imposed burdens on parents that are unnecessary and unwarranted. To those parents who want to have virtual learning experience, you should be set up to have those classes streamed, and you should already know who wants to be in the classes and who wants to be attending class virtually. If all necessary measures are not in place at this time for the immediate resumption of in-person classes. And it truly is a surprise to the board that they may have to implement in-classroom learning. Then the next meeting that you all should have is about firing the superintendent. I thank you, and I hope that you do the right thing and get your acts together and get in classroom. Thank you. Bye.
All right, board members, that's the end of our agenda speakers. We have 4 items been pulled from consent: BCS1, FMPA1, POLHR1, and TL1. Unless you all want to pull anything else, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Mrs. Whitfield, seconded by Ms. Brill. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. If you haven't refreshed, use your F5 key and make sure that those items are all down under new business now. So, Mr. Superintendent, that'll take us to the first item on the under new business, which would be BCS1.
Yes, sir. BCS1, Comprehensive Safety Inspection Report. I recommend the board approve the 2020 Comprehensive Safety Inspection Report.
Motion by Mrs. Whitfield, second by Ms. McQuinn. Discussion, Ms. Brill, I believe you pulled that.
Thank you. Yes, I did. And I actually have 4 brief areas to go into, and I'll make this as pain-free as possible. I realize that this year has been atypical due to COVID and has presented a number of challenges. But as in the past, I've gone through the 433 big detailed pages of the report. And so the first one's easy. Page 134 has an issue. It's all mumbo jumbo, garbled. So if you could just send us that page again for Dr. Benoit, that page is page 134 of the detailed report. Not necessary to have it tonight. And now I know that we're focusing on COVID-19 safety protocols and procedures, but there are 2 areas of multiple recurring citations that I'm concerned with that I think we can address. So I wanted to bring those up. I'll do them individually. I've got three actual areas. One is the first is providing covered walkways to portables. Most of the schools that are cited for this are elementary schools, and we're going to need those portables now more than ever because of social distancing. So I wanted to ask the superintendent, can we make it a priority to get those walkways covered so that the children and employees can navigate the campus without getting drenched when it's raining?
We can certainly look at it. We would have to know, like, I won't commit to that because I don't know what the dollar amount is. And so if it's not in the capital plan, we have to figure that out. So we would do some investigation on that.
Okay, well, I would appreciate it because, I mean, some of these are going on for years and years and years. And I know when I brought it up at Christa McAuliffe, when we moved all those students there, we managed to get it covered immediately. And, you know, since we are going to be distancing and every bit of space is needed, that's one wish. The second one is that there's a recurring area of citations that has to do with signage for primary and secondary evacuation routes that are missing in schools, classrooms, student spaces, and et cetera. So I imagine that we have those maps for each school. And if not, how difficult would it be for us to make that a priority? Because I don't see why it's so difficult to have those evacuation routes posted.
Yeah, I'll bring that up with the regionals. The principal should have that in place. So that's an easy fix.
And that's, you know, and both of these, I know that's easier than the other one. And if you need the pages, I actually pulled the pages, but my last one, you might not be able to answer for us, but maybe you can get back to us. And that is on Spanish River High School, item 17 states, and I'll read it to you, remove or provide approval from building department that platform structure meets code requirements and modify to provide wheelchair access. So my question was, what does that mean? And does that mean there's no wheelchair access in a particular area of the school? And the original correction date on that was June 30th, 2015. So, I just am curious to find out if it's an accessibility issue. So if you could please have these addressed, and I apologize for not submitting these, but I did them in the middle of the night last night, and I think you would appreciate it this morning.
No, that's not. No, we can definitely get. That's recorded. I'll have Wanda's team follow up with the board on those items.
Thank you. And if you need any of these pages, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, I have on the same item. I attended the Cork meetings, as the board knows, and the Cork members some of them were extremely concerned about the ones that are marked critical or safety issues, and they were, kind of, disappointed that some of these things happen over and over. They've been cited numerous times. So I'm going to go a little further than Ms. Brill, and I'm going to give you page numbers, and I'm going to mention the schools where there are problems so that you can particularly have your staff look at these items. I'm not picking on the schools that had the first time that they had a citation. I'm just using the ones that are serious violations that are more than one time the same violation. So let's look at Forest Hill Senior High School on pages 117, 118, and 119. There are numerous multiple violations of safety that our building department said they're serious violations. So that's pages 117, 118, and 119 for Forest Hill High School. John I. Leonard High School, page 180. There's 6 citations for storage of flammables. They've been cited 6 times for the same thing with flammables in the wrong place. Lake Worth Senior High School, page 202. 5 times for storage of flammables and gas-powered equipment. They've been cited 5 times for the same offense. Pahokee Middle Senior High School, page 265. Repair an emergency escape window to open properly so that kids can get out if they have to get out. That's been cited twice. Palm Beach Lake Senior High School, page 279. Remove and prohibit storage in an exit corridor. They've been cited for that before. Palm Beach Lake Senior High, page 280, remove the storage flammables from the mechanical room. That's page 280. Palm Springs Elementary School, 283, provide panic hardware in north and south gates for kindergarten play area west of building 3 to allow the children to get out easily if they have to escape that area. They've been cited twice for that same violation. Rolling Green Elementary School, page 308, maintain clear aisle to west exit from stage. There's a tripping hazard for the kids to get off the stage down the stairs. They've been cited before on that one. Western Pines Middle School, page 418, remove storage again from the electrical room, remove storage from the mechanical room. They've been cited once on each one of those in the past. And the final one is William Dwyer High School, page 424. Change a swing door to create a secondary egress for the children to get out of the room. So if you can make sure your staff takes a look at those particular items, I told the court that I certainly would bring it up at this meeting to make sure that their concerns were noted.
Duly noted. We'll get back to the board on those.
Thank you. Board members, do you have Dr. Robinson? Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, actually, I made note of more than those. I won't read them though. But what I sent the question in so I could be clear about who is responsible for correcting each type of violation. And so I just want to say that at least some of these violations would not be the responsibility of school-based staff to repair. It might be maintenance or it might be facilities. But I agree with you. It needs to be addressed. But I just don't want, John Q. Public to think that you are beating up on principals for something that might be someone else's, quote, job to fix, but they need to be fixed. So thank you for your attention to those details, Dr. Fennoy.
Are we ready to move on, Mr. Chairman?
Yep. No, I got to take a vote on the motion. All in favor? Any more discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Yes, sir. BRD 1.
Yes. BRD 1, executive orders allowing virtual meetings. The board will discuss the most recent executive order allowing virtual meetings to continue through August 31st, 2020, and take action on whether they want to meet in person or virtually for the August 26th meeting and future meetings should the extended order be extended again.
Board members, I put that on there for us to discuss tonight because I see your hand, Mrs. Rico. I'll get to you in a minute. We need to make a decision because Mrs. Bass has to notify when she does the advertisement. We have to make this decision this week in order for us to determine what we're going to do next week or for other weeks to make sure she advertises it correctly. Mrs. Rico?
Thank you. This is just a point of information for the board. At the time we developed this particular board item, the governor had extended the allowance of virtual meetings through an executive order through August 31st. And since that time, that executive order has been extended through September 30th. And I just wanted the board to have that information as they consider this item. Thank you.
Discussion, board members? Mrs. McQuinn?
I'll behave. First of all, I do agree that board members, for the time being, can absolutely, we can perform our job duties, 80% of them working from home, no question. And I think I don't know, 3 of us are at distant points to come in. It takes me an hour to leave my house and get to my seat in the boardroom. So I certainly can use those 2 hours to read emails, which is probably more important right now than being in the car. However, you know the technical issues we're having, and I'm not very tolerant of those. One more thing, and I know we all feel the same way, but for me to be home when we are telling employees they have to come back, it's just not ever been my leadership style that I ask people to do something that I don't do myself. But I do want to point out, again, that I know that we, at this time, certainly can get a lot of our job duties done at home. Thank you for hearing that.
Thank you, Ms. McQuinn. Ms. Brill, and then Mrs. Whitfield.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having trouble with that mic tonight. So, you know, I've always been in favor of us coming back, but I also appreciate what Mrs. McQuinn said. I will tell you that should we decide to go back, I won't be able to for a couple of weeks while my husband's still home recuperating from surgery. So I would have to be virtual at least for the next couple of meetings, and then I could go back. I would go with whatever everybody else wants, but I just cannot put him in a compromised position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brill. Mrs. Whitfield and Mrs. Andrews.
I just wanted to say I'd be fine with coming back. If you guys are interested, I can go either way. If there are members that aren't comfortable, I just want to make sure we can all participate on the same level. I obviously lost power for, I think, almost 2 hours today, and that was a big struggle for me trying to make it happen. It's happened, I think, 3 or 4 times since it seems to only happen during board meetings, and my house is like not normally losing power this much. But so I think it would be nice to see you guys. I'd be happy to come in and I'd be okay with it. So whatever you guys want to decide, I'm happy to go along with the group.
Thank you, Ms. Whitfield. Mrs. Andrews.
Thank you. I would like to say that when we get into phase 2 and we're really opening to brick and mortar, would be the time that I would think that I would want to come back. At this point in time, I think that it's up to all of us are on distance learning as of August 31st, but then we have this full month that the governor has given us. So, you know, we don't know when we're going to turn into phase 2, but I think when we get into phase 2, there should not be a question that we are all back at our desk to work if we're telling other people that the schools are open.
Any other discussion? Ms. Brill.
So I actually agree with Mrs. Andrews that, you know, when our schools open up, I think that would be the time then for us to all be together. I think that makes a little bit more sense as we move forward.
All right, so if someone wanted to make a motion one way or the other so we can get this finished up, this agenda item. Mrs. Andrews?
Yes, I'd like to move that we all come back once we get into phase 2, that we begin to have our in-building meetings with the brick and mortar back to the school board building.
Seconded by Ms. McQueen. Any further discussion? Sorry. Ms. Brill?
Well, the only thing that I will say is if we don't go back to brick and mortar before the end of September, it would have to, we would have to be permitted again, right, by an executive order.
Mrs. Rico?
So the executive order allows virtual meetings through the end of September, so September 30th. The other issue that I wanted to point out was if using phase 2 as the trigger date, which is perfectly fine, we just need to build in proper advertising dates because Mrs. Bass needs to have that time to properly advertise depending upon whether it's a special meeting, which takes less time than a general meeting, and or policy meetings, et cetera, to just make sure that we would have that proper and appropriate advertising time built into the next meeting after phase 2.
Okay, so we can make that part of the motion and work with Mrs. Bass to make sure that the advertising time is appropriate so we don't violate the requirements on the advertising. I just have one comment to make and then we can vote. I don't remember which one of you said it, but right now we're asking employees to come back. They're the principals, the APs, the office staff, they're in their schools. We just need to remember we are requiring the employees around the district to come back to work and go to their jobs. And at some point, the board may want to come back even before we get to phase 2. If more and more people are coming back into the schools to start working before the kids get there. But anyway, we'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries 7-0.
Six zero, Mr. Barbieri.
That's right, 6-0. I forgot Mr. Shaw's not here this evening. Mr. Shaw did tell Mrs. Bass that he would go along with whatever we all decided. So I guess that's a 7-0. BRD2 final evaluation for general counsel. Mr. Superintendent, I'll take that one. The board needs to discuss how we desire to proceed with a final evaluation of the general counsel, Mrs. Rico, who is escaping us, and take action as appropriate. You all, I think, received a memo. Mrs. Rico, would you like to address this, please?
Sure. Thank you so much. I just wanted to present to the board an opportunity to sort of simplify what is typically our annual review and evaluation. This all takes place by contract in the month of September, but there's a lot of lead up time, meetings and so forth, and a very long form for you all to attend to. So my interest was just alleviating you of that extensive evaluation, if you so wish to. Otherwise, I'm very happy to process the typical evaluation. I suggested on my memo that we could substitute that long form for what the form that the administrators have had in the past, which is a good, bad, medium kind of comment, if that's your pleasure. So, and then I would, however, like to do an end of the year wrap up in a short presentation before I depart, as would be normally scheduled in September anyway, because I think it really highlights, not just my work, but really mostly and essentially the work of the awesome team in the Office of General Counsel, and I think they deserve to have that information presented to you all.
Discussion, Mrs. McQuinn.
I welcome that suggestion from Ms. Rico, and she's had incredibly wonderful evaluations to date. So it's not as though we have issues we need to worry about. So I'm totally in favor of that.
Other discussion? I think we should make Mrs. Rico go through the most serious, long, painful evaluation process as possible, so she remembers, us forever after she escapes us. But I'll go along with the simple one too. Ms. McQuinn, would you like to make a motion to that effect? Not the long, involved, serious one, but the one you suggested. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move that we accept Ms. Rico's suggestion that we do the just the very simplified evaluation form that has been used for district administrators.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. You have your marching orders, Ms. Rico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, FMPA1.
FMPN1, consultant agreements with Crystal Clear Learning Innovations, LLC. I recommend the board approve the consultant agreements with Crystal Clear Learning Innovations, LLC, and authorize the superintendent and board chairman to finalize and sign all necessary documents.
Motion by Ms. Brill, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? Dr. Robinson.
Yes, I just pulled this to vote against it. This is one of those items where we're taking public dollars and taking them to private schools. So I need to stand on my principles here and vote against this.
Is there any other discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 5-1 with Dr. Robinson voting no. Next item is P2, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, I recommend the board approve the personnel addendum as submitted.
Motion by Ms. Whitfield, seconded by Ms. McQuinn. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. POL-A1, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. POL-A1. I recommend the board adopt the attached amended emergency rule 5.326 student protocols due to COVID-19. This action is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of students by adhering to COVID-19 district safety protocols in compliance with CDC, state, and local guidelines. The board is taking only the action necessary to protect the public interest due to the imminent risk to the public health, safety, and/or welfare posed by the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. This immediate danger requires emergency action, and the procedure for adoption for this emergency rule is fair under the circumstances for the reasons stated herein.
Mr. Superintendent, would you like to give us the presentation before we make a motion one way or the other on that?
Sure. I'll turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Oswald, for final conversations with the board.
Based on the changes that were asked from the board during the workshop, they have been updated. It is posted in board docs. What was stricken is stricken, and what is new language is red, is put in red, and now the print is in black now. If you'd like, we could go through each section, Mr. Chair, or
Dr. Robinson's shaking her head yes, and since she had a lot of those changes, let's go ahead and do that as quickly as you can without having the same discussion we had earlier. Mr. Oswald, if you can do that.
Yes, of course. I'm going to share screen again. And so on line 21, severe was stricken for headaches. On line 51, we added stricken 2 and added 3 layers and added vowels in regards to type of mask or facial coverings. In line, in this section here on the new 64, regarding facial coverings, so the language now put in that for school-related activities, and we put i.e. band, chorus, PE, as outlined in district protocols that will be posted to the district website prior to the return to brick and mortar. And then we added the word "and" approved by the school principal or designee, stricken the other language, and the curriculum department, the environment team, the arts will be working to post that and put training out for those particular teachers next week and administrators. Line 78 maybe was stricken and put shall be. assigned.
Mr. Oswald, I'm sorry. Let me just, on that last one on line 64 through 69, it says and approved by the school principal, and I have no problem with that. But I've discussed with you and the superintendent today, when we come to these COVID requirements, we need to make sure that we're consistent throughout all the districts. So we can't have a principal in one school making some exception for one of those and another school something different, because we're all going to hear it from the parents about how one school is different than another. So I don't have an issue with the way it's worded, but I'm just hoping that you'll make sure that the principals do this consistently, whatever decision they're making on the band kids are going to wear masks or not going to wear masks or whatever, that it's done throughout all the schools the same way, rather than having one school do one thing and another school do another.
Yes, that is correct. And we just wanted that layer of where the principal is aware what is occurring on the campus, so when that is happening.
Thank you. Go ahead, continue, I'm sorry.
So lines 78, we took the may be out and shall be assigned to distance learning for those students exposed, and we stroke out the language from 81 to 83 that the school administration will assess from the conversation earlier with the board. The new 95, the conversation we had with Dr. Robinson, that we added this language, including no fever in the previous 24 hours. I also took up the 14 days to 10 days. And on line 100, this was the conversation regarding defining contact. We included including while riding the school bus and extracurricular activities, and also regarding conversation around the younger kids. Staff will assist younger students with their contact list. Down here in D, line 131, the may be to shall be, and then 10 days. And those are the changes that we compiled.
Mrs. Rico?
Mr. Barbieri, I believe that we still need a motion and a second to get it on the floor before discussion begins.
No, I didn't want to make a motion to accept it until we all saw what it looked like, so I thought it would have better waited.
No problem.
Motion to accept.
Dr. Robbins made a motion to accept the policy as it's been presented to us, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any further discussion? Mrs. Whitfield.
Thank you. I'm really sorry, but earlier I had such terrible problems with my connection. So I have three things that I wanted to bring up really quickly. One, a parent wrote to me earlier today, and I mentioned that I would bring this up because I do understand it's an issue. He has a child with severe anxiety about a mask. Are there any exceptions for children like that at all? Or is a child that really struggles with anxiety over wearing a mask or, has panic attacks, do they have to stay home? Could they get a doctor's note or anything like that? That was a question I had.
So there's a process currently in there that they would get a note from their doctor, and they would take that to the school. The 504 team would meet to evaluate that and examine it.
Okay, thank you. And then another parent had asked me about, they said that they felt like in our conversation earlier, we were discussing contact tracing and only informing the children who had been exposed to a COVID, potential positive person in the school. They wanted to be assured that we're going to announce it to the whole school if there's a COVID positive within that school somewhere, even if their children may not have been interacted with them. Is that true?
So currently we would, there in the policy here, we would let those who have potentially been exposed to notify those individuals. We're working on the protocol as far as alerting the rest of the school community.
But we would say something though. We're not going to not let it go, right?
I would say we're working on that. I guess it would all be dependent upon a situation and protect one's confidential depending on FERPA and HIPAA. So we're working through that with legal.
Well, it would be my preference that we over communicate in this, because I don't want any parents to feel that we are keeping secrets from them. Because I think if we lose the trust of the community, we're out on this whole thing. And the final thing, I mentioned this in my conversation with Ms. Evans-Prey, but when I had COVID and was trying to do my fever test every day, I was told that it was 100.4 and above is what's considered really a fever. And I mentioned this to you guys before. I always kept my daughter home if it was 99.5. To me, that was a fever. But we don't consider that really a fever. I almost wonder if in the section where we talk about no fever for past 24 hours, if we should say a fever is this number, because what a fever is to a medical professional and what a fever is, to a lay person may be a different diagnosis. So I just think maybe we should consider adding that. Dr. Robinson can, of course, weigh in here and share her information.
So you're recommending a temperature?
Yeah, so we say a fever is, like in parentheses or something, whatever you do, a fever is 100.4 and above, if that's the correct number, if I'm right on that.
And that's what we're using earlier in the policy under line 27, I think that is. So
100.4 is what is indicated on line 27.
So we can add it to that other section of.
Just make it consistent. I would just make it consistent with the language already existing.
So if the rest of the board supports that, yes.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions. I appreciate it.
That's going to take a motion to amend. But before we do that, Mrs. Andrews.
Yes, and I mentioned this earlier, and I may have missed this piece too, but first of all, I'm still concerned about having parents to take the temperatures from home. I just know that's not going to be adequate. You're going to have a lot of children in school sick because they have not had their temperatures taken. And I was thinking about it also when you have visitors to the school, will you have those thermometers for those people to get their temperatures taken? And I know it's not in here, and when can we do something about that? I think that's going to be a problem for us, not getting the children's temperatures taken, and just depending on it to happen from home. So that's a question. I know it's not in here, but it worries me, and I think that's something we're going to have to go back and look at. And I was also looking at the hand sanitizing stations. Are any of those in the classrooms? Are they, so it said, in those areas that are heavy walkthrough, but will there be any particular times, or will we have any hand sanitizing areas in the classroom? Can you give me a little bit more information on that one too? So both of them I'm concerned about.
Yeah, on the first one, Andrews, the Health Advisory Committee gave us very clear direction that we can't do temperatures for all 200,000 kids. However, we have purchased thermometers for all schools when the school nurses return. So any child that appears to be sick, they can do that individual testing at the school and send those kids home. I think to your second point, we just now increased, not only have we purchased a lot of hand sanitizer, we have now increased the allocation for schools to purchase that so they can have that available in their entire schools. And we will continue to adjust that based on need. But right now we have increased the number of money we send out to the schools to order more on top of what we already provided. So we have more than enough to start the school year.
And just the last follow-up, Mr. Barbieri.
Go ahead, Mrs. Andrews.
Yeah, I just think that we're going to, I know we have the SAC committees and the PTAs and so on, and we have the school centers and the regions. We have to educate, once this thing is passed today, we've got to do something so that we can educate parents about this. I'm just truly concerned that we have this, we pass it here at our level, and we don't really digest it with the folks who really need to know this information so that they can help their kids as they get back to school. So we need to find a way that we have some Google Meets or whatever with some of these groups and some of these neighborhoods so that we can make sure people know exactly what the expectations are for the homes as well as what's happening within the schools. And it needs to be a two-way street so that everybody, when they finally come back to brick and mortar, they'll know what the expectations are. So is this something that we're planning?
Yes, absolutely, Ms. Andrews. I couldn't agree with you anymore. So we're already working on a number of strategies, and we will continue to look at other options that you just mentioned.
Dr. Robinson, one of the suggestions you made, I don't know if it was in this policy or the other one, you wanted the exceptions listed, the ones that had been approved, you wanted a log. Was that in this policy? I don't remember where it was at, which policy, but there were some exemptions that were being given. Was it in this policy? It's in the employee policy?
Yes.
Okay. Good enough.
We also agreed, Mr. Barbieri, through the regional offices, we will keep track of that, and now we report up to my office. And now that we've had time to talk about it more, I can make this part of my report to the board. So whether on one-on-ones or part of our news and notes, we just have to make sure that we're protected, as the deputy superintendent said, protect all the names. But we will figure out a protocol to make sure you have that information and check for consistency across all 190 plus schools.
Okay, Dr. Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I want to kind of agree with Ms. Andrews about the temperature checks. I do realize it's very inefficient. I also think it provides more reassurance, like it provides more reassurance in spirit than it does in science. If I can't get my words together to explain that. So I think that what the Health Advisory Committee was saying was, you know, everything in medicine is benefits versus risk. And I think that what they were saying was that it would be very cumbersome and would delay the start of school, interrupt the flow of school, yada, yada, yada. And the benefits of doing the fever checks, and I think, now I'm inferring stuff, does not outweigh the amount of cumbersomeness that would be required, right? But now I want to compare that, though, to the level of reassurance that our teachers and staff need, right? So I want to be clear, like I'm going to fight, and I will fight hard about things that I think are needed to protect them. I don't know that the temperature checks fall in that category, but it definitely would reassure them. And so I would like if we can figure out in that other attached document, if, for example, a school gets a donation for the no-touch thermometers, that we have given them an outline on how to do it, right? I think that there will be equity issues there because some schools will be more likely to PTA to raise money than other schools, but I don't want us to say it can't be done when it might provide some level of reassurance to the staff and parents. I want to do other things that provide even more reassurance, but I just don't want to close out the possibility of doing those walk in the door fever checks.
Dr. Robinson, on that issue, I'd like to just comment that one of the concerns I heard when I discussed that also is that in the larger schools, forget about the cumbersome. It's that the kids are all going to line up and they're going to be a foot away from each other trying to get in the door. And so now we've got all these kids that instead of 6 feet apart, they're all gathered at the doors to Boca Raton High School, 3,000 kids trying to get in at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they're all lined up outside. So that's got to be an issue. I mean, if there's some way to take their temperatures once they're in their classrooms, I hate to put any burdens on the teachers, but at Jensen Beach High School, each one of the teachers had a handheld thermometer in his or her room with other cleaning supplies. And I don't know, I didn't ask if they check all the kids in the room or they just check a child who may not be feeling well and the teacher checks the child before they send them down to the clinic. But my only concern would be if we have some kind of protocol that requires them to be checked before they walk in the door, that the kids are all going to be lining up outside. You know, they're going to be too close together. So go ahead, Dr. Robinson.
So I think that is really a good point and a good way to do it. I don't think that this issue should be in the policy, but I just did not want the policy to prohibit it. I don't think that it does the way I read it. but I just want to say to staff can we kind of keep that open and see the possibilities and codify those in this, whatever this ancillary document is being called.
I can absolutely agree to that. I think as we learn more, yes, I think I like the way you guys just said that. Don't close the door on it. I think to your point, that's going to take a lot of effort to figure out. We're going to have to put some real energy to figure out how to bring in thousands of kids in a timely fashion and all. And then I'm sure there might be some, who would actually do it. And, so no, I think we don't close the door, but I think once we get the things moving and we get a normal rhythm, these are the sort of things that we can revisit in a more systematic way. So I agree. I think I can agree with that.
So, Mr. Oswald, board members have talked about quite a few things. I'm not sure which of them you've agreed now to put into this policy, but we're going to need a motion. We're going to need a motion to modify the original motion with those new changes. So can you tell us what the board members have asked you to do and what you think are going to go into this policy based on the discussion we just had? Over and above what you've already read to us, the new stuff that the board members just brought up under their comments.
The only thing that requires the change right now to the board is regarding the fever being 100.4 and above. And to place that wherever fever is.
Okay. Board members, you agree that that's the only thing you wanted modified. Okay, so who made that? Who was that? Was that Mrs. Whitfield? Mrs. Whitfield, do you want to make a motion to that?
Absolutely. I'd like to have a motion that we have consistency throughout the document that indicates that a fever is 100.4 and above.
All right, we have a second on Mrs. Whitfield's motion, seconded by Dr. Robinson. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That takes us back to the main motion with this policy as amended. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. 6-0. Next item, Mr. Superintendent, is POLHR1, policy 3.82.
Yes, sir. POLHR1 policy 3.82. I recommend the board approve the development of proposed revised policy 3.82 employee protocols due to COVID-19.
Want to do the same thing, board members? You want to go through that policy before we make a motion one way or the other? Ms. Rico, you okay with that? Or you want me to get the motion first?
Either way you want to do it. I just wanted to make sure you didn't overlook that part.
I know Mr. Harris would certainly not be able to sleep tonight. Mr. Superintendent, you want to bring it up? Ms. Brill, go ahead and ask your question while Mr. Superintendent gets the...
Am I missing something? I don't see it updated.
Yeah, because I thought this was the first read.
Yes, I'm sorry, excuse me, but This is the first read. So will be brought back.
Yes.
Unlike the other one, which is now voted on and is finished because it was an emergency.
Okay, Ms. Brill.
Could the recommended action be that that we approve the development with the proposed changes?
That would be fine.
Mr. Superintendent, you okay with that modification, your recommendation?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Robinson?
So, but I think that we need to hear what staff heard the modifications to be, or else we need to go through them again, unfortunately.
Ms. Evans,
are you ready to do that?
I am prepared to do that. So what we heard from the board is we were going to include hyperlinks for all CDC guidelines and any other forms, other documents to which the policy is referring within the body of the policy. In 2B, we're going to add a reference to an HR call center or the leave office to help employees with figuring out which leave for which leave they need to apply. In 3A, we're going to add requirements to not come into work if ill, including but not limited to, and the symptoms and fever that are listed within the student policy. And then self-screen at home prior to reporting to work, and employees are recommended to take their temperature prior to reporting to work and not report if they have a temperature of 100.4 or higher. An employee shall not report to school while using fever-reducing medication. Then 3A sub 4, we're going to change avoid congregating to avoid congregating to the greatest extent possible. In 4A6, We're going to change it so that it's every 2 hours, wash hands for 20 seconds, or use hand sanitizer, and then add a new paragraph that says disinfect common work surfaces after each use. That was all in one paragraph, but when we added the extra 2 hours, it didn't flow properly. So we'll add that as another sentence. Then 3A7, we're going to change it from to 3 layers for the mask rather than 2, with a link to health guidance. We're going to also add a sentence indicating that the district will provide an appropriate mask if the employee reports without one. And finally, add a sentence at the end requiring the supervisor to maintain a log of any exceptions to the requirements to wear a mask for employees. Then in 3B, employees who exhibit symptoms at work are sent home and then encouraged to submit to an antigen test as soon as possible and self-isolate until they receive a negative test result. That's going to be a new section 7C, as I'll get to in a second. Create 3F, which will define close contact to include within 6 feet for more than 15 minutes, and or when the employee was inside an enclosed space for work-related circumstances with others for more than 15 minutes. We're going to change any references to coworkers in the contact tracings to just persons. Then we're going to change up 7 so it aligns with the Harvard study. So 7A, if the employee has symptoms of COVID-19, they're encouraged to submit to a COVID-19 diagnostic and should stay home until 1, at least 3 days have passed since recovery, which means resolution of a fever without the use of fever-reducing medications and improvement in respiratory symptoms. 2, and either A, at least 10 days have passed since the symptoms first appeared, or B, they have 2 negative test results spaced at least 24 hours apart based on authorized COVID-19 diagnostic tests by a medical professional. Then 7B is if the employee tested positive in a diagnostic 19 test but does not get symptoms, they should stay home until 1, at least 10 days have passed since the positive result in the diagnostic test, assuming no symptoms appear during that time. And 2, or they have 2 negative results from a diagnostic test spaced at least 24 hours apart, and this is done by a medical professional. Then 7C now is if the employee was exposed to an individual who tested positive in a diagnostic COVID-19 test, they should stay home for 14 days and monitor symptoms. And these are for the employees who were potentially exposed at work. Should symptoms develop, the employee is encouraged to submit to a diagnostic COVID-19 test and self-isolate until a negative test result is received. If the test result is positive for COVID-19, the employee must follow the procedures that are in 7A. And then in 8, we're going to reinstate the language listing age as an independent factor. I think that's all the changes.
Anybody miss anything? Dr. Robinson? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. McQuinn, your hand's been up for like 10 minutes. Go first.
Thank you. Well, I was frozen for the second time again tonight. Thank goodness for friends who let me know. So I know the answer, but I need to make sure I know the answer. On line 44, where the face coverings are required to be worn, okay, at all times. A question came to me from a teacher who is going to be teaching the distance learning from her classroom starting August 31st. So she's alone in her classroom doing distance learning. She still has to wear her mask.
Alone in her classroom?
Yeah, she's teaching distance learning. When the kids come back August 31st, she's doing distance learning. She chooses to teach from her classroom. I want to make the way I read this, she would have to keep her mask on. So I'd like to clarify that. And hoping she doesn't have to keep her mask on.
Yeah, see, for me, if you're teaching virtually, people need to see your lips. And so if you're alone in your classroom, you know, that's almost like, should I have a mask on right now in my office by myself? So
okay.
I don't, and I don't, obviously. So I don't know if we can change it. I don't think I would want that. And that's just Donald Fenoy speaking. But if they're alone in their classroom, they don't need to wear, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's exactly what I think. But when it says facial coverings, blah, blah, at all times, required we weren't at all times, then I want us to address that, please. I wouldn't have known this until the employee emailed me. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson, then Mrs. Whitfield.
Yeah. Am I on? Thank you. So what I did not hear in section 5A, adding clean and disinfect. Did you say it and I missed it?
No, I may have missed that one. I may have also missed on line 51 or 52, we're going to add that the district would provide a mask if the employee doesn't have one. I do have all the notes written down. I typed them up and I may have missed those two, but I do have that one, and disinfecting and cleaning in line 100 or actually 99 as well. Yeah, thank you.
So I have a question. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, for Ms. Rico and Ms. Pere. Back to the wearing of the mask in the classroom. Can the policy stay as is, and then, like when we talk about this procedural thing, is that a place that I can make that exception and say, look, in like whether it's offices or any time a person is isolated by themselves, and I just need a procedural answer.
So procedurally, it would be it would be preferable to clarify it one way or the other. If it's to wear the mask, if there are other people around, or something along those lines. But we are in development, so I think that that's something that can be looked at and brought back, Dr. Fenoy, when you all have a chance to process in your own minds how this actually plays out. Because I think, that's something that probably needs to be thought about a little bit more. But I would recommend, because these have consequences for employees for failure to follow, we really need to be clear about what the expectations are.
Okay. Ms. Pere, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's right. Ms. Pere, wait a minute, if you would. Mrs. Whitfield had her hand up. Let me just see if she's on the same subject. Go ahead, Mrs. Whitfield.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely on the same subject. I had this conversation with Dr. LaCava and Ms. Evans-Pere when we had our conversation about this. And I have to say, I just really want to throw my 2 cents in here. I have a little bit of a hearing issue. It's not bad, but I really need to see people's mouths move. And in order to really make that happen, I mean, this virtual is tricky, but I can see you guys speaking. I can see some of the words moving. And so it really does help me to process. When people have their masks on and we're going through this whole virtual thing, it is just so hard. Like, I struggle really badly. I know I was asking them when I was on the phone, I said, so Dr. LaCava in his office right now, no one else is even anywhere near him. He still has to have it on. To me, that just seems silly and overkill. And I know there is a provision in there that Ms. Evans-Pere told me is if they're outside and they're far away from people, we allow them to be not wearing a mask. I mean, that's good to have that little bit, but I mean, if we can just have a little bit of understanding about.
On this particular subject, I will work with staff. We will get there. So that's going to be an expectation. We will get there. So I got this one.
Ms. Evans-Pere, did you want to comment on that?
Well, we did have a lot of the discussions about this issue. So I'm looking forward to having the conversations with Dr. Fenoy as well. There were some concerns about equity and fairness amongst our employees. That would seem to be a larger scheme, not the teachers necessarily in the classroom, but when you get into an office space of, if you are of a certain level, you have an office. If you're not, you don't have an office. And then there were discussions about whether does your door have to be closed or not. So these are things that we certainly can have a lot more discussion about.
I think all the board members were shaking their head. I mean, I think we all agree that, it's tough enough for these teachers to try and teach these kids at home without having to wear a mask while they're talking to these kids on a computer. So that certainly makes a difference between people that are working in an office that might not want to wear their mask while they're sitting at their desk, but certainly teachers that are in their classroom by themselves talking to kids over a computer and a microphone shouldn't have to wear a mask if there's nobody in there but them. Dr. Robinson?
Yes, I think that I just recognized an unforeseen consequence of some of my advocacy. So this has to do with the enclosed area, right? And it has to do with the fact that we're going to say, if you meet the definition of close contact, which I've now asked you to change to include enclosed space, right? And it's somebody in that enclosed space with you who test positive, basically you're going home for 14 days until you come back with a negative test, right? Okay. Now, what I also understand is going to happen in real life is when the true contact tracers from the health department reach the index case who was in the media center with me, or in the media center with you, the positive case, and I was on the other side. They're going to say, what are you worried about, right? Because they're going to be working in the narrow definition of the CDC guidelines, which is the 6 feet, 15 minutes, right? So what I want, since this is in development, is to put wiggle room in there that says basically they would be encouraged to have testing done, but if health officials say it's unnecessary, we won't make them stay home. Because I do realize it's not real high risk, but it's my, the whole cast a wide net thing, right? So I just realized that I created a problem. And so now I'm trying to fix it.
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
I have a clarifying question. Is that for only those people in the enclosed spaces that they're not sent home and not the other people who are in close contact for more than 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about the people who don't meet the CDC's narrow guidelines of a close contact, but who do meet my broader concern of possible exposure. No, I'm not making sense.
I'm trying already, figuring out how we're going to work it into the policy so that it flows and that employees can understand it. So we may need to talk to you a little bit about what that looks like at some point before we write it out.
Yeah, we can talk it out because I don't want to create more problems than I'm solving.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Evans, where Dr. Robinson added that log of exceptions, that there's be a log of exceptions that are granted, can you just add also that are denied, so we can make sure that that everybody's being treated fairly here?
Yes, sir.
Board members, do you have anything else on this one? So we need a motion to approve it, move it forward to the next reading with the changes we made tonight. Somebody want to make that motion? Unless we already have a motion on the floor, I'm not sure. Made by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Board members, before we get to the next one, we've had, thank goodness he's not sitting here waiting, but Brother Carl Muhammad is our non-agenda speaker, and we were supposed to take him at 7, so it's a good thing he's not sitting here waiting for 40 minutes because I missed the time on that one. So at this point, if IT would play his message for us, please.
Good evening, board members. This is Brother Carl Muhammad, a non-agenda speaker. As we continuously make efforts to assist in the education experience of ADOS, that means the America's descendants of slaves, with the passing of the Florida Statute 1003.42H, the need for a proper educational change is needed in our community. And we're making libraries in our homes right now at the present time, with the pandemic going on and with us having an understanding as a result of our relationship with the school district of Palm Beach County. We understand the tremendous need for us to do so. We need some real resources in order to do so, and we need your influence to assist, like you tried to do with the barbershops. We are trying to bring that reality to the homes of our parents and our children. And we believe during this difficult time in which we live, this is one of the best ways to help assist our suffering cultural group and the worst part of your system. So if you, Mr. Barbereri and Ms. McQuinn, have any resources left after your campaign is now over, please consider assisting our Third Eye Educational Hospital, who's working with the nonprofit Fathers Forever to try to bring into existence some kind of real effort to assist during this pandemic. And we have some specific books that are needed in order to do such, and we need some resources. And I'm glad to see that you, Mr. Barberi, and you, Ms. McQuinn, made it back on the board, because I didn't think that we needed to change the effort that we have here in Palm Beach County, since we have an exemplary status and we've been moving forward. I'm just hoping that at this critical time we would take another look at what is going on inside of the community and make a serious attempt to assist us. Once again, welcome back, and to the rest of the board members, peace and blessings, and everybody, please continue to be safe. Thank you. Brother Carl Muhammad, non-agenda speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And the board clerk told me that he was patiently waiting. So, Brother Carl, I know you're still watching, so I'm sorry that we miss you. It was not intended, honestly. Mr. Superintendent, that'll take us to TL1.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Is my microphone on? Yes. I recommend the board approve the Technical Assistance Specialist Program Agreement effective October the 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021 with Prevention Partnerships for Children, Inc., and authorize the superintendent or his designee to sign all related documents and contracts.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Ms. Brill. Discussion? Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. I pulled this really to acknowledge some of the work that's being done. So in this agreement, it says that the school district will ensure that the technical assistants have the cultural competency, cultural humility, and language skills to work successfully in the community with the population being served. And so the question I asked was, well, are we doing that? Are we providing this kind of training? Now, I think it's long overdue, but I want to acknowledge that these conversations have started. So the response was a little bit disjointed, and they talked about Introduction to Racial Equity Parts 1 and 2. I don't know what that is, but I'm interested in the Racial Equity Institute, which of course we all know. But the thing that I really wanted to lift up was the fact that since the murder of Mr. George Floyd, that department has been meeting weekly, and this is our Department of Early Childhood. They've been meeting weekly to discuss the issues of bias, implicit and explicit, the microaggressions, and other manifestations of, frankly, racism, right? And so that we can actually start changing hearts, changing minds, and thereby change the system to do a much better job for all children. And so I just wanted to applaud them for taking that first step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. That'll take us to the board discussion items. I put 2 on for this evening. We'll be brief probably. The first one deals, I didn't know what exactly to call this, so I put Chief Medical Officer. What I was thinking, I've talked to the superintendent about this today also, is we have someone that the district contracts with on the outside that's an expert in infectious disease or whatever, that will help the superintendent make decisions that he brings to the board. I'm thinking about, obviously, inevitably, we're going to get an infection in one of our schools when the kids are back, and we're going to need some expert advice from somebody. Do we close down the entire school? Do we move kids out of one classroom? You know, the kid walked around the high school. How many kids did he affect? And whether they should all go home. So, you know, and the superintendent said he'd like to hear how the board feels about that. He thought it was, having some expert on the outside that would help us make decisions so we don't lay all of this on Dr. Robinson at every meeting. So that's what I put it on for discussion tonight. Superintendent, you wanted to make a couple comments on this first?
Yeah, when we saw the idea, I think that was presented last night or Monday. I think the idea is great. I think, talking to some of the other board members, there might be other opportunities to get there. It could be, taking our health advisory committee, maybe making that a more formal process of the board. Because I think we're going to need to do this, whoever this person is or team of people, this is not a one-time deal. This is not just to help us get started. This is throughout the entire year. So definitely want to hear feedback from the board. But before the board even chimes in, I am more than open to exploring the possibility of some sort of professional to help us with all these decisions we have to make.
Right. First I had Ms. Brill, then Ms. Whitfield, and I think I saw Dr. Robinson's hand.
Thank you, Barbieri. So I don't know when the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee will be disbanded. I don't think it's a bad idea to have someone on contract that can guide the superintendent, but at the same time, I would like us to create a health advisory committee that would report to the board itself, that would report to us on a monthly basis. And I would like them to be comprised not only of medical professionals such as pediatricians, neurologists, et cetera, but also mental health professionals. Because I think that we have to take a holistic look at our student body. And I would suggest that the board be represented by our resident expert, Dr. Robinson. So I don't think it's a bad idea for us to have a health advisory committee that's not precluding Dr. Fenoy having an advisor. But I do think it goes beyond the wellness committee, having a group report to us, because these times have created things that we haven't even thought about. The mental health pieces, students being home, the health pieces, students that have lost family members. So I would really love to actually have a formal committee that reports to us. So I would like to add that into this discussion.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thanks. So earlier in our discussion today, somewhere around the 97th time that I asked for Dr. Robinson's advice on something, I was thinking this poor woman makes the same as I do, but she's actually a doctor and we're asking her to be the doctor of the whole school district. And I really think this is a great idea to actually pay somebody for this job rather than asking her to do all of this unpaid additional work. So I think it's a wonderful idea. I would even say when I talked to Dr. Fenoy about it earlier, I thought, it might not even be a bad idea to have somebody internal, that worked here as a full-time job. And I would love to leave that up to him to decide what the level of the work is, if we need a full-time person or not. So that was all my only comment I wanted to make. Thanks.
Dr. Robinson and then Mrs. Andrews.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I actually have been thinking about we need a COVID-19 czar. That's what I called him in my head. And that person would be, I imagine, a consultant. Somehow, I don't think they should be a district employee. And I say that because, and I said this in the Health Advisory Committee, Dr. Fenoy needs somebody who's going to synthesize and translate all this evolutionary medical stuff to him and his team, right? And they don't, then Dr. Fenoy and his team and then the board can politicize it, right? So I wouldn't want anybody who is a district staff person who feels like, well, they can't really tell the whole truth because it will be hard for the district or something, right? Like, they need to hear the unvarnished truth. Now, from my point of view, I think it would be fantastic to have them. And then I only have one person I need to nag the living daylights out of about all these different studies, right? I'm not going to be able to let it go because it's life and death, and that's who I'm here, right? But at least it would simplify the line of communication for me, because then I don't have to convince multiple people what this study says. But I think it's something worth exploring. I don't know. My first thought about having a board health advisory committee, it just feels uncomfortable, but I'm not really, really sure why. And so, I really can't say more than that. That it's just, my first blush is like, I don't really like that, but I can't give you any really good reason. I think that there's some members on the Health Advisory Committee now that are just outstanding and know their stuff and willing to speak the truth as it evolves, right? I think that committee, though, is too large to really give Dr. Fennoy the clarity of guidance that he needs. But I think I'm glad to hear us exploring leaning into having some guidance that, like other than me, because I also know that you guys, okay, never mind. I won't say that part. So it would be good to have like a second opinion. How about that?
Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
So if there's anyone that comes, I will absolutely start working on this. I want to bring back something back as soon as I can. So let's look at. I will look at several options. We will. I think there's one school district that is attempting the chief medical officer. So HR has already started looking at potential job descriptions. I actually am probably leaning more towards the consultant piece. And maybe even still having, I said when we started the health advisory committee, I do think at some point the school board needs to have that. I think we could transition it from sort of my advisory group, and then we can put more structure around it, because I don't have the type of structure right now because these are volunteers. So I think I want to look at all three of those options, and I talk to all of you every week, and we'll bring something back in short order. So I really appreciate this discussion out of Mr. Barbieri.
Mrs. Andrews, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And I've heard all of you, and it was something I had been asking about from the beginning. It was great to see Dr. Alonso here today, because I just know that the Superintendent's Health Advisory Committee was very busy, and we really needed to get that information. We do appreciate what Dr. Robinson has brought to the table each week, but we need to get the information. I think the committee piece that Ms. Brill talks about, as we move forward, COVID is not going anywhere. We're going to be in this place for a while. And as a board, we need to be educated, not just Dr. Fennoy. The board members need to get the information. We need to be able to pick up the phone and call, whoever this czar could be, or this consultant that's going to be working through the process. And then once we get somebody that's an expert in the field, epidemiology and so on, or what we're looking for, then we can expand. But right now, it was just great to have Dr. Alonso here today to kind of help us out. What we've had to do before was look at the video and listen to the tape and try to figure out what they were talking about with the Health Advisory Committee. So it was a pleasure today to have someone here other than Dr. Robinson to give us another piece. But this is going to be going on for a while, so we need to take this serious. So thank you, Mr. Barbieri, for bringing this forward.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Andrews. Mrs. McQuinn, you had your hand up?
Yes. My preference is for Dr. Fennoy, rather than someone reporting to 7 board members, which can become political. I would love to see Dr. Fennoy bring us a recommendation for a consultant to advise him, and then for him to make recommendations to the board. Just my thoughts for now.
My only comment, Mr. Superintendent, is none of us can call Dr. Robinson and ask her questions. I tried that, and she said, I'd like to answer you, Mr. Barbieri, but I think it might turn into a sunshine issue later. So I know the answer to your question, but I'm not going to give it to you. So I didn't call her. I emailed through the board office, so it wasn't hidden email. So anyway, I think whoever you get, they need to be told that they've got 7 people that might call them and ask them questions, because we don't know where else to call, and we can't call Dr. Robinson. So we have to have somebody that will tell us the truth when we ask a question. And it's not so much the truth, but whose interpretation of, which one of those graphs are we looking at, and which one of those tests are we looking at, and which positivity rate are we looking at? So we all ask those questions tonight of Dr. Alonso. I'm sure we're going to have more of those questions. So hopefully whoever you get understands it. They'll probably he might be advising you, but he's going to have board members calling him or her asking questions. Dr. Robinson?
So I just want to put it out there that I think the people whose skill set we're looking for are probably in high demand, and they might not just be sitting over there waiting for us to call them, right? And so I just want us to consider the possibility of some kind maybe a partnership. And I'm just like really making stuff up now, but maybe there might be somebody who would be the consultant to Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade, right? Because there's going to be kind of some universality to it in terms of what data you're looking at and what information and stuff. But I'm just throwing that out there. If you can find like the right person, if that's the way you choose to go, that's fine. But I'm not sure that they're sitting out there waiting on us to call.
But we will do our best. And like I said, we will look at, I think I see about 3 different options here. And so let us do some homework and quick homework, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Fenoy. Board members, the other item I put on is, so we have a policy that deals with employees, and we have a policy that deals with students, but we have no policy that deals with visitors. Not only do we have visitors to this building, but we have visitors to all of the school board property throughout the entire county, and we need a policy, and I discussed this with Dr. Fenoy today, and it needs to be uniform so that at one school, they're not doing this, and another school, they're doing that, because we all know what's going to happen. You're going to have a parent that has one kid at this school and one kid at this school, and the 2 schools are doing it differently, and the parent's not going to be happy, and we're going to get the phone calls. So we need a uniform policy in how we deal with visits to the schools, visit to this building, visit to whatever school board property that we have throughout the district. And I talked to Dr. Fenoy today, and I talked to Mrs. Rico, and she said that that possibly should come forward as one of those emergency type policies that we get in place as soon as possible, because we may be opening schools before we can get through the whole process, and we're going to have visitors come to the schools. So I wanted to bring that up for discussion this evening. But before we get into that exact discussion, one of the things that I find a little peculiar about this building is when I come in here, the chief allows me to come through the back door and through the corral like we all did. But before that, I was coming into the front. That's the requirement. And the first thing that I'm required to do is go to the chief's door over there and take my temperature. There's a machine there. You look at it, takes a temperature, and then they come up to the door and get four questions that you have to answer about whether you've been around anybody. And then I don't have my badge handy, but on our ID badge they give me the color of the day, a little round sticker that's got to be worn while you're in the building, so that the school police know that you've been cleared. That's not uniform in this building. So, I mean, the first thing that the superintendent needs to do is put some kind of uniformity in. I'm not suggesting this building is more important than our schools, but in reality, if we have an infection in this building that wipes out the payroll department, then they all have to go home. There's going to be hell to pay in the IT department or, school police. I mean, so there's got to be some significant protocols in this building to get in and out of this place, and it should be pretty uniform so that you have to get your temperature taken, you have to wear a mask when you come in here, you have to do all those things. But let's put that one aside. I talked to Dr. Fenoy about that, so I'm sure he's going to bring something back. The chief is ready to do it.
Yeah.
A pretty nifty machine over there that you just look at it, and it tells you your temperature as soon as you look at it. But with respect to the visitor policy, Dr. Fenoy, you and I talked about that today. So
yeah, I would just share for the board. Actually, the great news is that we have a lot of these protocols already established. We just need to hit the go button, get everybody trained, and then be consistent in our practice. And so, as I think Ms. Andrews and others have said today, as we start moving back into our new normal, we just need to start training people and holding ourselves accountable to things that we've already created. And you're right, we have a model in the police department. They've been doing it for over 180 days now, or 120 days, I believe. So don't agree now. That means all of us, because they're quick to tell me the same thing. Like, okay, once we hit go, when you get out your truck and you come in the building, you need to go through these protocols too. You need to walk through the hallways with your masks. No walking into the chief of staff's office without your mask or without knocking. So I hear you loud and clear. I just want to say for the record, this applies to everyone once we start, including the wonderful 7 people that I work for. So this is going to be all of us. And so don't disagree with you at all, Mr. Barbieri. Love to hear more discussion about this.
All right. And with respect to the visitor policy, board members, Mrs. Whitfield. Uh-oh, Mrs. Whitfield went to click her microphone and she disappeared. Who else has had a hand up on talking about the visitor policy? Any concerns, or we just have them bring something forward to us? Dr. Robinson should put in a thumbs up. Everybody shaking their head yes? All right, Dr. Fenoy, if you can get them to work on something for us.
Yes, I'll be glad to do that for you.
Mrs. Whitfield, are you back? Sorry, Mrs. Whitfield. There you are. Mrs. Whitfield, did you want to say something?
Yes, I literally could not have more technological issues today. I just wanted to say, not that we have to talk about this now, but at some point, I would like to know what you all are going to be doing about visiting schools. Like, I would like to be on the same page with everybody else on the school board for when we feel it's acceptable for us to also go back into the buildings. I'd like to make sure that we're all kind of in unison on that. I want to stay away as long as, we all think that that is appropriate. So we can talk about that later, but that would be, I think, part of the visitor policy as well.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Whitfield. Any further discussion on this one? Ms. Michael, you sat there the whole night with nothing. Would you like to say anything to us tonight? Good night. All right. I'm not going to forget this week. So somebody make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Motion made by Mrs. Whitfield, seconded by Ms. Brill. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Dr. Robinson, you turned your microphone on. Did you want to say something?
No, I was going to make the motion because I'm done.
Okay. All right. The motion passed 6-0. The meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody. Safe travels.